Sorry about that, Jalen. You had to kind of put off the Australia-New Zealand City Kickboxing Hit Tour. Was that disappointing?
Nah, it's not disappointing at all. Yeah, it is what it is.
You end up with the top.
Yeah. A lot bigger than me, he's ranked above me, so inevitably, it's more important.
A style change, though, right? And I guess what I want to know is how much change did you have to make yourself in preparation? Like, was this a major impact to you, or at this point in your career, you just kind of stick to what you do?
I stick to what I do. I always just try to execute my own game plan, not to worry about my opponent too much, but him trying to take me down anyway, so it kind of all played together pretty well.
Very nice. Last thing for me, you've been on this upward trajectory, but here we go, main card, top 10 matchup. 6 straight wins. You walk out here. What's the goal here? You start calling out numbers.
The plan is just to get this one over with first, get that hand raised, get that 6th consecutive finish, and then we see what the
Jim over here. I saw an interview where you said your ultimate goal is you're chasing greatness. Is Gamrot, a win over Gamrot, does that get you further, closer to that than a win over Dan Hooker would have had you?
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot sooner. Because I feel like, the last question that people want to answer is, how's Jalen's grappling? How's this? How's that? So, a victory over Metalish would definitely solidify a lot of those doubts in people's mind about grappling accolades and my takedown defense. So, I'm ready for the challenge.
He came in with a lot of hype in the UFC, was a champion, KSW and stuff. Were you aware of him before he signed with the UFC and started to climb?
No.
Hey Jalen, just back here. I got a fun one for you. I hear you're into astrology and zodiac signs, and I'm wondering if you were able to look at your opponent's astrology sign and learn anything about him.
Nah, I don't look at zodiac signs for opponents.
Maybe you should. You're into zodiac signs, correct?
Yeah, I am, but not for opponents. Mainly for compatibility with friends and family, maybe relationship stuff like that.
So you've never looked into it before you accepted a fight, or thought about a certain time of the month your fight or anything like that?
Never thought of that at all, but I'm definitely gonna look into that. That one makes some sense.
Well, he's a Sagittarius, so look it up backstage.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm a Taurus. The Bulls coming.
Hey, back to you, brother. What did you think after Drew Dober called you out last year? The opportunity to jump on this fight.
I honestly don't even really want to speak on that too much because he's not here. He didn't step up. So why would you say somebody's name if you're not going to step up? I'm not going to say nobody's name unless I feel like I could beat them any day of the week. That's just how I feel. That's how I roll. As you see, I don't say too many people's names at all because that's just not me. But I don't know. It just makes you look like I ain't gonna say no profanity, but it just makes you look a little softer if you get the opportunity to fight me and then you don't take it because you need more time for whatever you need, more preparation, more to wait, whatever the hell it is. It makes you look weak. And then even when he called me out, he just kept talking about Michael Chandler. Oh, Michael Chandler fight this, Michael Chandler fight that. He didn't really want to fight me. He didn't want these problems, like he said. He didn't.
Hey, Joe, over here. In your fight with Dan Hooker before it got canceled, you opened up as a favorite. Now with the Gamrot fight, you're an underdog. First time you've been an underdog in quite a while. Kind of curious your opinion on how you feel about that.
I'm always underdog in my mind. It don't make a difference to me. Shoot, if you're a betting man, bet some money.
Love to hear that. And then last question, speaking of a betting man, main event, John Jones fighting for the first time in a while. If you were allowed to put some money down, who would you take?
You can't bet against John, man. You just can't.
Jalen, back over here. In 6 of your 9 fights in the UFC, you've been on pay-per-view, like the UFC split you on a numbered card. What do you think that says, to you, and what do you think the UFC thinks of you?
That I'm an exciting fighter and I can sell out fucking arenas one day. You know, I don't have to talk and use the gift of gab. I just let my skills pay the bills and just keep finishing these fighters.
And just one final one from you. When you're training dogs, has a dog ever bit you on accident?
Yeah, my own dog has bit me on accident. I scarred my leg from it, but I still let him, motherfucker.
Hey, Jalen, way back here. Jalen, you know, obviously you've always stood out, but these last few fights, you've just obviously really just leveled up, so to speak, in a lot of fans' minds. What do you think has clicked in these last several fights that maybe didn't earlier in your career?
Man, a lot has clicked in the octagon and outside of the octagon. I got with my coach Ozzy. He helped my grappling a lot, and then me and Anthony, we've been undefeated, having him in my corner. You know, I just got better versed in the coaching aspect. You know, I got better around me, and you know, my mindset just changed. You know, I just look at it as like just the clock's ticking, so I take everything importantly and I take everything into accountability, and I just leveled up my training. You know, I've always been kind of a talented guy, so you know, I kind of rely on my talent, and now I just started to work a little bit harder, so it's paying off.
I know obviously you talked about this is a bigger fight. Just looking at the division and the fact that you didn't get to fight Dan Hooker, was part of you wanting Volkanovski to win? That way you could kind of complete that circuit of the Australian fighters at lightweight?
Man, you know what? Like, I ain't got nothing against the Australians, like none of those dudes. Like, it just was what it was. Like, they kept stepping up to fight me, and I kept stepping up to fight them. And honestly, like, the main reason why I called out Dan is because I wanted to fight my first card. I wanted to go back to Australia, but you know, it is what it is.
Thank you.
That's it. Well done.
One last question about the main event. What is your opinion about Jones and Gain, and who is your favorite?
I like both the guys. I trained with John a long time ago when I was an amateur, so you know, I know personally. Gain is a good guy. You know, I'm really excited to see him showcase his skills too. But you know, I'm not gonna go against John. You know, it just is what it is. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I didn't see him either, man. My God.
supposed to fight back in December, got relocated to now. I guess were you cool with it being rescheduled? Were you a little disappointed you had to wait, or was it worth keeping the matchup together?
Disappointing because I had a lot of things going on in this month, and I had to push some things back and kind of messed up my schedule. I took the fight because it says December. I said I can do this before I do all this stuff. But I'm still grateful to be here.
I mean, I'm on pay-per-view. I feel like outside, of course, of the main event, this bout may be getting as much attention as anything on the card. So, are you feeling that attention? Are you feeling? Does it feel like a different kind of fight to you at all?
All the attention's on both. So I kind of like it that way. I don't really like, as you know, I don't like cameras. So all the attention's been on him. So I'm happy about it.
Yeah. So what do you think? I mean, obviously, as you said, all the attention's on Bo. He's this can't-miss super prospect, future champion. They might as well give him the belt now. What do you see? When you evaluate him, what do you actually see as an opponent?
I see another athlete that's ready to compete. I'm ready to compete. He's ready to compete. The UFC is paying me for a test, That's what I am. I'm a test for him. I'm not stupid. They wanted to see if he can fare against somebody that's good all the way around. I'm not really great at one thing, but I'm good everywhere. So they want to see how they do with me, and I put on the sport party.
I love it. Last thing for me, and you said it really well there, knowing that all the attention's on him, knowing what your role is. I mean, you laid it out perfectly there. What's the most important thing this week? Whether it be mindset during the week, whether it be something on fight night. I mean, what do you think is the most important thing in this fight or in this week for you to be successful and to play that role of spoiler?
I need to make sure I remember who I am, what kind of athlete I am. Be athletic, be fast, be first.
Jimmy, obviously, Bo, he hasn't even reached a minute and a half in any of his professional fights. He has obviously his extensive wrestling background. So how much can you watch on him to prep, knowing I'm sure he's working on other things besides just his wrestling?
Oh, he does. He has hands. He has good striking. Obviously, his wrestling is the most important thing to his arsenal. That's what he's been working on his whole life. And I don't really have much to watch on him. But at the same time, to be honest and not sound cocky or anything like that, I really don't care. It's a fight. It doesn't matter if I was fighting Israel or John Jones or whoever the other greats are. I'm going the same way, going there to fight.
So when he signs to the UFC, he wasn't a name that stuck out to you like, oh yeah, everyone to the UFC. They brought in to do the Contender Series?
I didn't understand who I was signing up to fight. I was just like, my manager was pushing it, everybody's pushing it, and I was like, just fall. I was like, all right, man, I'll do it. They said more money, I was like, okay, I'll do it. I didn't really realize who I was fighting. I'm not lying, I swear I did not know who he was. Everybody else knew who he was. I'm not really big into the wrestling like that, so I don't watch wrestling or anything. So they told me who he was. I told my coach was like, okay, so we gotta do this, and that. I'm like, what's the sense of urgency? What's going on? So I started asking questions. I found out who he was. Oh, okay, cool.
So his fight camp felt differently with that sense of urgency preparing for Bo?
No, because it got pushed back. It was so close at the beginning. They were like, all right, we gotta do this. But since it's been pushed back, it's been like a regular fight camp.
Jamie, over here.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going? You mentioned to me when we were doing our interview that you got a chance to work with both Chris Weidman and Chris Honeycutt. What was that training like, getting to work with two really high-level wrestlers for your opponent on Saturday?
Miserable. Miserable, I'll be honest. Miserable. But I learned a lot, and after the month was over, I was very confident. In the beginning, I was like, I'm going to die. But after the month, I got acclimated to what we were doing. I'm fine.
Did Chris give you any advice going into this fight? He had a fight against Anderson Silva years ago where people were counting him out.
Yes, he gave me a lot of advice. He's been the little person on my shoulder every day talking to me. Honeycutt too. They've been talking to me, getting me prepared for the wrestler mindset. And I'm ready, man.
Just last one from me. Bo obviously comes from the wrestling community. There's a lot of passionate fans. If you had to deal with any of that on social media leading into this fight?
these people are crazy. I mean, I've never had this much hate mail. I was like, dude, it's bringing my family into it. I'm like, it's not like that. He's seems like a nice guy. I'm a very nice person, so it won't be any animosity or hate. We're just two competitors. We're gonna compete. The UFC wants to see where he's at. I'm the test. And in my humble opinion, I don't think he's gonna pass the test. I'm a competitor. I come to compete.
Hey, Jamie over here. You know, obviously, as you said, you know, all the hype's around Bo here. You know, you have an opportunity to be one of the biggest UFC upsets in history, betting-wise at least. You know, do you embrace that opportunity? How do you feel about it?
Yes, sir, I do. I embrace it big time. I've been counted out my whole life. Since I was born, I was counted out. I'm always going to be counted out. Win or lose this fight, I'll be counted out in other ways. So being counted out doesn't really bother me.
Awesome, awesome. One last question for you. Obviously, you know, you're getting a fight on a card that's headlined by John Jones, big main event. You know, what's your take? Who you got winning that one?
I don't know. It's a fight. I got both of them. I love fighting. I love watching people fight. I love watching competitors compete who want to big get after it. Same thing with me and Bo and the rest of the people in the car. We're all competitors. Whoever's going to compete the best is going to win. So, whatever. Thank you, guys.
actually find it really surprising. If you look at this double cheese, they're putting a lot of
Well, Jeff, here you go back in Vegas, big T-Mobile Arena, big spot. I mean, still, you know, a big energy for you, get you nervous or anything? Or is it just kind of business as usual for you at this point?
Yeah, business as usual. I like fighting in arenas. It adds an element of excitement. You know, this is I didn't train 13 years out of my life to fight here in Apex. You know, I want to fight in arenas around the crowd. That's what I do.
I know you're supposed to go in January. What can you share about kind of what pushed it back and what it took for you to be ready now?
Just an injury. I don't want to disclose it, but something happened. I could have fought, but it was wiser just to push it back. And it's actually perfect. You know what I mean? Being on the card with John Jones, Valentina, it worked out perfect for me.
Was it hard for you to make that call to push it back? Are you kind of stubborn like that? Or?
My coach made me do it. I was going to fight, but he was like, "No, we're going to push it back."
Fair enough. Even though you pushed it back, though, you said, "Hey, I'm going to keep this matchup together." So I guess what was it about this fight that you said, "Hey, let's go ahead and keep this one together"?
He kept on chirping on Twitter, like I was scared of him. I was like, there's no fighter in the UFC that's scared of another fighter. If somebody is, they need to retire. But he kept on doing it on Twitter, and I was like, if this is what you want, let's go.
Last week for me, as you said, a lot of people high on this guy. 16-0, all finishes, et cetera, et cetera. Break it down. What do you see? I mean, is there anything, like you said, nobody's scared, but is there anything about this guy that you have to be concerned about, or are people blowing him up too much?
That's to be determined. I don't know how good he really is. You know what I mean? From what I watch, he's a good fighter. You know what I mean? But I'm a good person. So we're just gonna see on Saturday, see what the hype's about. But I want to see who this unstoppable Shafkat is.
Jeff, over here. Obviously, you mentioned Shafkat, and John did too, like 16 wins, 16 finishes. What are his opponents, or what is he doing so well that, like, even in like a Neil Magny, who's a guy that's known for even just making it to the scorecards, that he can just put him away, unlike most people?
From what I've seen, he has a good ground and pound. If he gets you on your back, he has a real good top control. But in this fight, I don't see him putting me on my back. So it's going to be a different type of fight. He's going to have to grind it out. We're going to be on the feet. We're going to have like a lot of clinch up positions, and he's going to have to work for it.
And obviously, a lot of people think like he could be fighting for the title soon, and like other people above you too. But you've beaten guys like Santiago and Bilal and Luke. Do you think people are overlooking you when they're talking about like, oh, who should be fighting for the title soon?
Yeah. I'm 7-2, and like all my finishes or all my wins, I'm beating these dudes up, and it's like easy, no competition. And I just feel like people just look past me, and then some new guy comes in, racks up some wins, some finishes, and now he's the next biggest thing, you know. So I'm ready to take that shine from him.
Have they added you to the game yet?
No. And at this point, I've been fighting in this promotion for 8 years, or not 8 years, since 2018. And he started adding me to the game. I don't want to be in it now.
So would you tell them after when the new game comes out, be like, just don't?
Hey Jeff, right here. You told me when we spoke in December, I think, about this fight that you feel it can be an easy win for you, and a lot of people kind of reacted strongly to that. Are you still bringing that level of confidence into this?
Hell yeah, that's for sure. I mean, he's a tough dude, but I've beat tough dudes before, and I can make it look easy again.
Who do you think wins between Usman and Edwards coming up?
Usman. Unless Leon comes and changes his game plan and doesn't get pressed against the cage the whole fight. We'll see.
Is there one of those guys you'd rather fight for a title?
Either one. It doesn't matter. Whoever has the belt, I'll fight him.
Thank you.
Jeff, over here. You had a chance to glance at the odds going into this fight?
No.
No? But do you feel like you're being disrespected a bit just with, what you've accomplished? Jose just mentioned some of the wins you've had. Do you feel like the odds makers and the betting public needs coming off that win over Vicente Luque, where you dominated the fight?
I forgot about it. It's new month, new year, new opponent. That's in the past. I don't even think about it.
Just one more thing on the past, though. Do you feel like people maybe don't look at the health issues that you had in some of those fights? The Stephen Wonderboy Thompson fight, for example, where you felt like maybe you weren't 100%. Do you feel like maybe that's why you're not getting the respect you're getting going into this fight?
Yeah, I guess so. You know what I mean? And that is an overlooked part. Like, I literally almost died 2 months before I fought my best striker in in UFC. You know what I mean? So it's just wild that people forget about that and like the shit I had to go through. You know what I mean? Congestive heart, I mean, my kidneys shutting down, and I still stepped up and fought 2 months after that. But it is what it is.
Are you still having any lingering health issues from that, or are you 100% good now?
I'm 100% good.
Cool. Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff, over here. Over here.
Over here.
Over here.
Where? Oh, okay. I see that. What's up, bro?
You mentioned being excited on the same card as John Jones. Let's talk about that main event fight. Who do you have winning out?
I don't know. I haven't seen John in a long time, and I haven't seen him fight at heavyweight. You know what I mean? So it's I can't get a good judge on who's going to win because I just haven't seen John fight at that level, like at that weight class. So I'm excited to see them.
Hey Jeff, way in the back. Is there something you would say is just clicking in these last few performances because fans really feel like you really just leveled up, or is it just simply the health is doing better and you've been able to perform more to the level you always were?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at my first 5 fights in the UFC, they were pretty good. They were solid. I had what 5 fights, 4 finishes. Then I fell off after that health thing, and now I'm feeling healthy. My focus is back, and I'm ready to make another run at this shit.
When you see a guy, Bilal Muhammad, that you got a win over, and now he's obviously on a roll, is that one that you're like, hey, if this is going to happen, it might be with high stakes, belt, title shot, something like that, that you would revisit that one?
I mean, I would. Him and my coach, they're really cool. So the only way I'm going to fight him again is if it's a must fight. You know what I mean? I'm not looking at him as a future opponent, and hopefully I don't have to fight him because I don't want to ruin like any kind of like friendship or whatever. Him, but he's not my friend, so I'll fight him any day.
I get that. Just objectively then, do you feel like he's going to be the guy who gets like a Colby Covington in his next fight in the division?
Who knows? It's about what the fans want to see. If the fans want to see that, then it's going to happen. If not, then he's not getting it.
Thank you.
Jeff, down here, what shoutouts could put you in potentially the title talk?
I feel like it should put me right up there, you know, and especially if I get him out of there easy, like I plan on doing. There's like how people going to deny me, or they'll find a reason to deny me. Just like after I fought Luque, now Luque sucks. All of a sudden, you know, he's supposed to knock me out. We'll see. I don't even know.
And do you think this stage will also be like the biggest test for him mentally as well? Stage is John Jones card. I know he fought in Abu Dhabi, but the eyes of the world are literally on this card.
Yeah, he's talking about as far as talking about Shafkat, right? Yeah, I mean, he seems like he handles pressure really well. You know what I mean? He always has this like calm demeanor, so I feel like it's just gonna be another fight for him too.
Hey, Jeff over here. You said earlier you hadn't paid attention to the betting odds. You're a pretty sizable underdog in this fight. I'm just kind of curious, like, how do you see yourself winning this one? I'd like to make some money myself.
I see myself winning by, I see by finish. You know what I mean? First and second round, I feel like I'm too strong, too powerful, and it's going to wear on him.
couple days out. What's the emotion to feel like for you?
Yeah, I'm just really excited for me, being on this card, being on the main card, very cool. And yeah, I'm just excited overall. Excited and grateful.
Yeah. I know the decision to delay the fight for December, I mean, obviously there was a lot of anticipation then as well. I guess how difficult was that, and what steps have you taken, I guess, to be right?
It's tough, I love competing. I want to compete as much as I can and get out there as much as I can. It's my favorite thing that I get to do. So pushing it back was difficult, but it was a good decision. I'm now go out of camp and so we'll do it up.
The matchup was kept together. I mean, I don't know that it mattered who you fought. People just wanted to see you fight. Did it matter to you that the matchup stayed together?
No, it didn't matter to me. I mean, I'm ready to go regardless of who it is.
And you see all the debate, right? Does Bo Nickal deserve to be on this main card, pay-per-view right out of the gate? What do you say when people, ask, do you deserve this?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny question, because it's like not really my decision. I'm not the one that makes that call, but obviously the UFC thought that it was the right move, and personally, if it does come to my opinion, I think it's the right move too. I think that there's a lot of people that want to watch me, a lot of people that want to see how I fare, and I think it makes sense. So, obviously they agreed with that, and if other people disagree, then, it's not really up to you either.
Last thing for me, I guess, how do you define success here in your debut? Is it just victory? I mean, can you grind out a 15-minute decision and be satisfied with that, or do you have to keep this crazy streak of finishes going?
I would obviously love to get a finish, I like to fight exciting style and make sure that, I put on a good show for the fans, but, for me, really, success is just being the best version of myself and performing to the best of my ability. So regardless whether I finish him in a minute or win a decision in 15, I think as long as I perform the best and I feel like I gave 100%, then that's a win in my book.
Well, over here. We had Jamie in here earlier, and when we asked, when your name was brought to him, he didn't even know who you were, just because he didn't watch wrestling or anything. He's since gone and, looked at your tape and everything, but he still just kind of views you as just, a body that he's going to have to fight. Do you think that's the right approach for facing someone like you, what you bring to the octagon?
Probably not. I don't think that's a great approach. I would definitely, before I accept a fight, I do a lot of study and film on a guy. I think that if he actually didn't know who I was and accepted the fight, more professional or better in any way. But yeah, it's all good. I don't really care how he approaches it. I'm just focused on what I need to do.
And obviously, you can't really, you've been wrestling your whole life. He's brought in fighters like Chris Weidman to help him train and prepare. How much can you learn to face someone like you in this only a short few weeks?
Yeah, it's interesting, the idea of trying to bring someone in to emulate me. Weidman obviously is super talented, wrestling based, and all the good things. But I don't really think that there's anybody that has the skills that I have that is able to do the things that I can do. And so, maybe that's a good option for him. But as far as options go, there aren't many.
Your coach, Mike-Andre, he wants a slow rise for you. He doesn't want this rapid ascension. So I'm curious, are you going to follow his advice, or how fast a rise do you want?
It's already been a lot faster than I anticipated. I expected to have quite a few fights before getting to this point. Obviously, there were different plans in store for me, and I'm just riding with it. So I trust Mike fully, 100%, and I really lean on him and his advice and the advice of my management team, first-round management. And, the people that I'm close to, their opinions really, really matter to me, and they're really weighted very heavily in my decisions. And so I'm really good with whatever the team wants to do, and I feel like that's kind of the approach that I'll continue to take.
Well, going off the back of that, Duran, your name has been linked with the bigger names in this already. Is there any part of you that's a little bit disappointed you're not fighting a bigger name opponent for your debut just to make the biggest splash possible?
No disappointment. I love competing regardless of who I get to compete against, and so being mentioned with the same with these other people's names and stuff is something that I'm just grateful for, and I feel a lot of appreciation that people believe in me and they believe in my skills. And so the opponent, with it being my UFC debut, it's appropriate. I think it makes sense, and I'm 3-0. Been training MMA for a year and a half, and I'll continue to progress and get better, but at the same time, I don't skip any steps in development. And I'm going to make sure that when I am competing at the best in the world and at the highest level, that I'm ready to dominate them as well.
You mentioned professionalism, stuff like that. You look at the rest of the UFC and sort of think, there's some guys who just aren't that professional here.
You know, I think coming from my background, being a collegiate athlete at Penn State, you know, the winningest sports program and the NCAA in the last 10 years, not only wrestling, but any sport, I think that there's just kind of a different precedent set and there's a different mindset that I have, you know, and that doesn't really have anything to do with me personally. That just has to do with the people that I'm around, the program, and learning from a lot of great leaders and great individuals. So I just try to soak all of that up, and I think transitioning to MMA, there's definitely a big difference in how people handle things, but it's not really, I don't think it's personal, I don't think it's anybody's fault, it's just the environment they're around, and you know, I've just been very fortunate to have a lot of good people around me.
Last one for me, you know how hype trains usually go, right? It builds, and builds, and builds, and then the moment there's even a sort of hint of vulnerability, people say, oh, they're not that good. Is that something that you think about and think, well, I have to dominate everyone I go up against, or eventually people will turn against me, or is that not something you consider?
Like, I see a lot of people talking and I hear people saying certain things, and that because I think I'm my own worst critic. So anything that anybody's going to say, I'm 2 steps ahead of that. And so really, as far as the hype train stuff, I would say that it has, you know, it has to have some effect because I do hear it and I do notice it, and as that is information that is kind of coming in, but you know, again, there's more pressure put on me from myself than anyone else, and you know, I want to finish people and continue this hype train because that's just, you know, in me. I just really want to achieve my goals and I want to be the best fighter in the world, and so you know, whatever anybody says, yeah, it's coming in, I'm hearing it, but you know, I'm a harsher critic on myself than anyone else could be.
Oh, right here. You mentioned it right there. You want to be the best fighter in the world. You've spoken previously about wanting to be one of the all-time greats. Is it motivating to look up this card and see Jon Jones, someone who a lot of people consider the best fighter of all time? And have you been able to take motivation from that? And have you had any conversations with him?
Yeah, super motivating for me. You know, just I remember being probably like 5th, 6th grade, watching UFC events and seeing Jon Jones dismantle people. And so to be on the same card as him is a big honor. I'm very grateful for that. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And yeah, I was able to meet him yesterday actually at the PI. He tried to take me down, but I obviously stuffed that and ran around, got behind him and stuff. But yeah, you know, again, very grateful to be on the card, and that he's definitely a guy that his fighting style I would like to emulate.
Okay, so give us some insight. We don't know the heavyweight Jon Jones. What does it feel like him trying to take you down?
He had a pretty strong grip, but overall, like, it was just straight wrestling, so I had a big advantage. But yeah, you know, he's gonna be fine this weekend, I'm sure. I'm really excited to see him fight. You know, a lot of anticipation with him coming up to heavyweight, and I think that he'll probably put on his best performance ever, just because there's performs, you know, better than anyone.
And speaking of pressure, coming off the Contender Series, it seemed like a day, a week could go by where your name wasn't in a headline attached to this, that, or the other thing. And some of that, since the other fight fell apart, has slowed down a little bit. Has that been easier for you, maybe taking some of the pressure off? I'm sure it'll ramp up over these next few days again, though.
You know, I always feel pressure. I think it's different than what most people would assume, because the pressure for me, again, it all comes from me. It comes internally. Regardless of what people think of me, like, I want to be the best. That just comes from me and my heart and what I'm passionate about. And so I feel pressure every single day when I go in the training room. I'm obviously training at American Top Team, sparring with really high-level guys, and I feel like I just want to get better and better and better and keep improving. And so, you know, I'm nervous not only, you know, for a real fight, but I'm nervous in training because I just care about it so much, and I put everything into this. And yeah, no, now I get the opportunity to kind of show what I've been working on and continue to get better.
Over here.
Right here.
How much does it help? You talked about being an American top team, getting to train over there. How many just really good middleweights are there? You've got Johnny Evelyn, Dalton Rasta. Like, you really have, you know, some of the best training partners you could have. How much does that help this process of, you know, you going from a year and a half to, you know, making your UFC debut?
You know, it helps it for me coming from high school to college, going to Penn State, where there's the best wrestlers in the world there. I get to train with the best guys day in, day out, and now, you know, moving into MMA, it's the same thing. Training at American Top Team with the best middleweights in the world, having the best coaches in the world. It's super exciting and something that I really appreciate and I'm grateful for. And so every single time that I train, I'm fully 100% focused, all in, and I really love it. And so yeah, just overall very grateful for all the people around me again.
And coming from a collegiate wrestling background, what have you made of sort of this Dagestani takeover in the UFC with, you know, Umar Nurmagomedov, Islam Makhachev? Like, I'm sure you're paying attention to that. What do you think of what they've been able to do in the sport?
Yeah, you know, it's awesome accomplishments that they've had. You know, those guys compete at such a high level. I think that, you know, the way they compete, I enjoy that intensity. I enjoy seeing the way that they structure their training and really the way they live their lives. Obviously super disciplined and fully focused, all in on and committed to their goal. And so, you know, that's something that's very exciting to the sport, to see people that I think honestly have a very similar mindset to what I have and a similar mindset to what we preach at Penn State. And so, you know, seeing the way that they compete and how high level they've gotten, it's exciting for me because, you know, I want to take my team at American Top Team, Happy Valley, and at Penn State and be the next wave of strong grapplers to come up and start challenging those guys.
The focus is on Saturday. What are some of your goals this year? Is it keeping active? Is it getting in the rankings? What are some personal goals that you have for your career so far?
Personal goals for my career, you know, like you said, first and foremost, focus on this fight. It's been really interesting just kind of going through fight week for the first time and seeing all the ins and outs and everything that goes into it. You know, it's a lot. So yeah, thank you to every single person here for putting your effort into it, because, you know, we get a little bit of attention, but to see all the attention that's on the media and that comes with this is just incredible. But yeah, you know, to move on to my goals, I would say I would like to fight, you know, a few more times this year, stay active, and yeah, then probably just, you know, keep getting better. Like I said, my main goal is to just keep improving every single day, and I think that every single fight that y'all will see a completely different fighter out there.
Last one for me. Obviously, you got a long ways to go in terms of your UFC career, but we're hearing Khamzat Chimaev coming up to 185 again. You know, down the line, how exciting of a match would that be, facing him just with your styles?
It would be huge. You know, I think that obviously he has a lot of attention. He's probably, you know, the biggest, most hyped guy coming up right now that hasn't won a belt yet, and I think that eventually us clashing is inevitable. So, you know, that's something that I visualize in my training, and, you know, when I'm in a hard workout, getting my last bike sprint in, getting my last rep in the weight room, I'm visualizing that. And so whether that fight comes in a year or in 3 years or 5 years, whatever it is, I'll be ready. And, you know, I do a lot of visualization, and I see that fight happening in main event in Raider Stadium, and you know, in front of whatever 100,000 people, and I think it would be the biggest event in UFC history. So, you know, only time will tell whether or not we actually get that, but I'm doing everything in my power to make that happen.
Hey, man. Hey, Bo, right here, in the back, very back, kind of. Bo, is it difficult not being the only two named Bo?
I wouldn't say difficult. Definitely enjoy watching high-level athletes compete, especially Bo. So, you know, I watched Bo Jackson 30 for 30, and it was pretty sick. So just yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to continue the namesake and do it in honor.
I know that there was a series down, so you haven't necessarily shied away from it, but it's a little annoying. People now, does Bo know striking? Does Bo know MMA?
I don't think it's annoying. I think the only thing that's annoying is Nike has that copyrighted, so I can't use it, but it's all good.
Final question. Since you shaved your head, how are you dealing with the cold front that's been hitting the western coast?
Man, it's crazy. I'm coming from PA in the winter, and I'm like, all right, nice. I got to go to Vegas and enjoy this warm weather, get some sun. Then I come out here, and this is what I get. So it is what it is. But yeah, the shaved head definitely feels clean, so I'm ready to rock.
Bo over here. You're one of the largest favorites in UFC debut in history. How does it feel to have the support from the odds makers?
Pretty crazy, you know. Definitely feeling a lot of support. Obviously, they believe in me, think I can win. And overall, my transition to MMA, there's been some talk about people hating on me, this and that. But I would say like 95% of the interaction I get is super positive. And a lot of people believe in me. They believe in what I'm doing, especially once they get to know me, maybe listen to some interviews and hear my thought process, or get to see videos of how I train. So, overall, I think that the reception's been super positive. It's something that I'm grateful for, and I think that's reflected in the odds.
You're minus 1,400 to win the fight, which is a pretty high price to pay. How do you see yourself winning this fight?
I expect to finish. Obviously, I want to go out there and get the finish. I think everybody says that, but for me, that's definitely stays true. And I think, I think I said minus in my contenders fight that a minus 3,000 was a steal, and I feel the same about minus 1,400 for the win. But yeah, I would predict a finish for sure.
All right, you talked about the excitement on being on the Jon Jones card. Let's talk about that main event. Who do you have winning it in the main event?
I got Jones 100%, no doubt in my mind that he's gonna, obviously had a long layoff, hasn't fought in a while, but I think that he's gonna go out there and perform really well. He's a guy, again, that when the pressure's on, he performs the best, and he just knows how to fight. So I knows how to win, and I think that is even bigger than being a great fighter. Is he knows how to win, and so I predict him getting the win, and yeah, doing it in spectacular fashion.
Right there. So you talked about visualization, and this not being a fight night, being inside T-Mobile Arena, sold out, and a Jon Jones card, so there's going to be 1 million people in there. How you react to the crowd and just the environment.
Yeah, the important thing about visualization is making it really real, making it really a visceral experience. So, I think that there's technique that goes into visualization, just like there's technique that goes into fighting. And so for me, it's making the experience as real as possible. Imagining not only what I'll see, but what it's going to sound like, what it's going to smell like, what the concrete's going to feel like underneath my feet, what the cage is going to feel like underneath my feet, and yeah, just making it as real as possible for me. So when I go in there for the first time, it really won't be the first time because I've imagined it so many times in my mind, and I think that's just a very powerful practice.
And then along the lines of that, what are some of your teammates and your coach told you about what it's going to be like? That whole adrenaline dump, they talk about that as well, but the fact that, this is a huge, huge card.
I think that I haven't much advice because I think my teammates and coaches have just continued to say, be yourself. I feel like I'm prepared for this moment. I feel like, 4 years of college wrestling on top of, 15 plus years of wrestling as a youth, that I'm ready for this moment. I feel like I've had a slow build to get here. A lot of people are just thrust into this spot with no previous life experience, but for me, I'm 27. I've competed hundreds of times in front of sold-out crowds, and that's just something that's normal for me. I was 19 years old competing in sold-out Madison Square Garden. I've competed in front of 30,000 people like on a regular basis, and so I know it's definitely bigger. I don't want to diminish the how big this event is, because it's definitely the biggest event that I've had a chance to take part in. But with that being said, I feel fully prepared for this moment. I feel better prepared than almost anybody to step out there and do my best.
And lastly, for me, competing at Madison Square Garden as an amateur, that's dope. But the fact that you're fighting in Las Vegas, fight capital of the world, in UFC, and you come from a wrestling background, did you ever think that you would be in this position as a kid?
As a kid, I didn't really think about fighting too much as a kid. I always loved fighting, and I would watch all the events and mess around with my friends and fight and stuff as a kid, so I always loved fighting. I would say that the first time that I was sure I wanted to fight was probably halfway through my college wrestling career, and I just decided, I was kind of deciding, am I going to just wrestle or am I going to fight? And then I was doing a camp and had some jiu-jitsu guys that were like, yo, you want to roll with us? And they just basically 10 of them rotated in on me for an hour, and I was like, this is really fun. I definitely want to learn more about this, and I definitely want to fight. And so from there, my goals are always the most almost unattainable, unreachable, highest type of goals you can achieve. So going into college, it was to be a 4-time undefeated national champion, and going into MMA, I want to be pound for pound #1 fighter in the world. And so I definitely envision myself getting to this point. It's happened really quickly. I've only been training, like I said, a year and a half, and to get to this point now is pretty crazy, but I do feel like I did envision myself getting here, at some point.
Appreciate it, thank you.
That you're feeling this time versus the first time around?
The first time against Francis, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a different fight. It's going to be a really different fight. The feeling is a little bit the same, with less pressure. It was my first experience against Francis with all of this media, all along the week. It's different. It's different. Now I look like a little bit more experimented. So yeah, and we feel good. We feel good. We're fine. We did a great camp, and we're chilling. We are not in the hotel. We are in the big house with all of my coaches, all of my partners, and family. So good.
That's awesome. What were the biggest lessons you took out of the first title fight? Whether it be mentally, whether it be tactically, what lessons did you take out of that you can apply to here?
Quelle leçon que tu as tirée du combat pour la ceinture la dernière fois?
It's going to be more on the mindset. The mindset. I was on the flawless before. I'm not looking for something big. But today, when we came back in the gym, it was my goal. And also because I really don't like to lose at first. And so yeah, the mindset changed, and now we are really focused on him.
With Jon Jones, there's so many question marks, right? We've never seen him at heavyweight. So how did you prepare for this? Do you assume it's the exact same guy he was at light heavyweight, or there's going to be something better or worse? How did you prepare?
We expected during the camp to a beautiful Jon Jones, fast like he did, like he was in the light heavyweight. Still well does, with the same skills, and stronger, like an heavyweight, like a real heavyweight. So we expected this, and we did all the camp on this.
Last thing for me, you win this title, there will be some people that say, yeah, but it was vacant title, and yeah, Jon Jones is a light heavyweight that you won. They'll have that. How would you address that? What does this mean to you? Are there any questions that you're the champion if you win this fight?
No matter the feeling of every people around that, me, like I like to say, I won the bet now, no matter who is the guy, but now he's John Jones. So this is going to mean a lot for me because he's a GOAT. Everybody know that because of the start of his career. So even if he's not his division, he is an athlete. He's still an athlete. We win, we will win. It's going to be something big for my career and something big for my life, for sure.
Cyril, over here. You mentioned that like John Jones the GOAT and everything, but did people in France, did they know who John Jones was, but like before he was matched up with you, or is this Cyril Gane facing another American?
No. No. Everybody know who is John Jones. Too much too deep in the MMA. If you look at MMA, you know who is John Jones a little bit. He represents.
So did you watch him before you jumped into the MMA? Did you know who John Jones was? Were you watching?
Yes, of course, because you know already UFC is a big machine media, and I saw some videos on him on the social media, stuff like that. So yes, I know who is this guy before I started MMA.
And he was obviously tweeting about like you and Francis and stuff. Last week you said your last few opponents had terrible defense. They couldn't check kicks. The best wrestler you fought is actually Francis. So what do you make of all of his assessment of your opponents?
Il dit qu'il a affronté les meilleurs adversaires que toi et que toi tu n'as pas affronté de meilleurs adversaires. Qu'est-ce que tu fais de cette dernière déclaration?
I just say I started that just a few years ago, so this means a lot. I mean, I jumping in the top high level in the UFC, and this means something. This is not for nothing. And how I can say for him is just to stay focused. He like to say, I don't have a good striking, blah, 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 blah. But truly, I think I have a really high level striking. Yeah, like I'm aware about his wrestling game. You see, me, I'm aware. I'm really aware about that, and I'm going to be focused on it.
Cyril, over here. How's it going? What do you make of Sergey Pavlovich being the backup fighter for this title fight? Did you know that?
No. No.
Yeah. Do you think he was the right choice, or should they maybe have gone with someone else for the backup?
No, I don't believe it. That's not my deal.
You talked a bit, you've talked in interviews about the media responsibilities. How has that been for this fight? Because this is a much bigger fight with you fighting John Jones. How have you managed the media responsibilities ahead of this fight?
No, the media was okay. Like I like to say, for the fight against Francis, I was really surprised about all of it was heavy. But now, no. Maybe I'm more experimental, or I don't know why, but no. I can manage this very well.
How much of a benefit is it that you fought for an interim title, you fought for the title already at heavyweight, and John will be moving in a new weight class? Like, you've been a heavyweight fighter your entire career. How much of a benefit is that, do you feel like, in this matchup?
The benefit, yeah.
Quel avantage tu auras du fait que toi tu sois un vétéran de la catégorie alors que lui vient d'arriver dans cette catégorie?
Yes, for sure, 100% is going to be because I started in this division, so this is not something new for me. It's going to be new for him, even if he did even if he did that. Yes, I got more experience than him on it. Yeah.
Just last one for me. I don't know if you've looked at the betting odds, but you're the betting underdog in this fight. Does that surprise you?
Les paris disent que tu es outsider.
Yeah, perfect. I like that. Yeah, it's perfect. I like that. Of course. We're talking about a guy with a big career and I just started, like I said. This makes sense.
Hey, Cyril, just one question for you. You've done some trolling of MMA fans in the past. Like when you fought Derek Lewis, you walked out to Mike Jones, and everybody thought that it was Derek Lewis coming out.
What?
Yeah, who? John Jones is infamously known for walking out to God Gave Me Style by 50 Cent. Is there any chance we see you walk out?
I'm not sure about that. I'm going to use
and strong for sure. And because now I got a union with my crowd in France, in my country, so it is for that, yeah. We're going to do for that.
Sir? You brought in Shamil Gaziev, the Dagestani wrestler. I just wanted to know, how was that training with him?
Beautiful. It was beautiful. He's a really high-level wrestler, and helped me a lot on this game. And we had a really great experience of this game with him.
Finally, do you get annoyed when people mess up your last name?
Yeah.
Est-ce que ça te dérange quand les gens prononcent mal ton nom de famille?
No, it's okay. If you find the country, it's okay. Look my vision.
Cyril down here. It's been well over a year since you lost to Francis, but in hindsight, is it kind of a blessing in disguise because now you've got a second title shot and you get to give arguably the greatest of all time his first professional loss?
Ça fait peut-être que tu as perdu contre Francis. Est-ce que c'était une opportunité d'avoir
Oh yeah, that's a really big deal, and I prefer this situation. Yes, I would like to have a revenge with Francis Ngannou, but to have John Jones and to have the belt at the same time, this is really crazy. Yeah.
And a lot of people have been wondering about how much John is going to weigh. Have you thought about that? Have you factored that into your training, or have you not?
No, not really. I really don't thinking about that. We expected maybe a guy heavy, but not too heavy because he's going to be too slow. So some stuff like 115 kilos, something like that.
Thank you, sir.
Cyril over here. You know, he made mention to you earlier about the fact that you were a betting underdog in this fight. You actually opened as a favorite, and you know, you made the mention earlier about how you thought John Jones, obviously one of the greatest of all time. What does it mean that, you know, you, at least the odds makers gave you the respect of opening as a favorite in this fight?
Tu es underdog à ce jour, mais au début, quand ça a commencé, on t'a mis favori du combat. Est-ce que ça t'a fait quand même plaisir de voir les betteurs qui te mettent comme favori à un moment donné, même si c'était très court?
No, man, I really, no matter, I'm not focused on it. I'm just focused on the real thing, and the real thing is this Saturday, I'm focused on it. Just on it. I'm confident. I know I have a big friends. I know I did a lot for a young guy. So,
Cyril back here. Way in the back.
Where are you?
Back of the room.
Oh, sorry.
Cyril, you know, people talking about win this fight and already talking about someone like Stipe Miocic next. When you think about your 2023, John Jones, Stipe, this is probably a fight of the year kind of year. Do you even let yourself think about having such an ambitious 12 months?
Yeah. Est-ce que tu te rends compte que on parle de probablement Stipe après John Jones si tu gagnes les deux? Est-ce que tu te rends compte que 2023 ce sera une sacrée année pour toi d'avoir eu des noms comme ça?
For real, for real. This is gonna put my resume in the high level, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it would be crazy to have both of this guy and winning, and probably if it's possible to have, if I win this Saturday against John Jones, to have Stipe in Paris, and to have a big win face to my crowd, yeah, probably it would be crazy and maybe my better years.
Thank you.
Et Cyril, t'es jamais vraiment stressé dans les combats, ni dans les camps d'entraînement, mais cette semaine, l'impression, malgré ce qu'on voit dans la MBD, où ils veulent donner un peu l'impression que tu fais que jouer à FIFA, un truc comme ça, bah, en vrai, un petit peu, que ce soit dans les entraînements, quand tu parles du combat, que t'es beaucoup, même si tu restes serein et vous êtes serein, que t'es beaucoup plus déterminé et focus qu'avant. Est-ce que tu dis que c'est vrai?
Oui, oui, parce qu'on a inclus beaucoup plus de paramètres. Beaucoup plus de paramètres dans le camp d'entraînement, on partage un peu plus, on regarde un peu plus de vidéos et on est un peu plus pointilleux sur les choses qu'on a envie de faire, qu'on a envie d'explorer. Donc, et puis parce que c'est vraiment un combat ultime, c'est vraiment quelque chose de big, tu vois. Et aussi parce que il nous oblige à avoir plusieurs paramètres aussi. Tu vois, c'est quelqu'un de très polyvalent. Donc oui, très focus comme on a l'habitude, mais toujours aussi chill, il n'y a pas de problème. Je suis pas encore vraiment stressé, non, pas encore. Ça va monter, ça va arriver sur les derniers jours. Thank you everybody, thank you.
Sorry, just letting the camera get repositioned. Trevor, I know it's been kind of a frustrating run, but you've obviously been facing some studs along the way. So I guess kind of what's this stretch been like for you?
MMA, man, MMA. I do believe I did some of the toughest guys. I do believe a lot of my fights entering the UFC where I was supposed to get big wins, a lot of them fell off. And these guys are pulling out, so the UFC had no choice but just to throw me in the mix. That's what I believe. You know, I believe I'm supposed to have a lot more wins in the UFC. And a lot of those rematches that fell off, I asked for all of those fights, and they never wanted those fights. So this is what they want from me, so this is what they're getting from me.
Well, now you're the one jumping in. I guess how did this situation come about for you, this opportunity?
Cody lost his opponent. Everyone's saying the UFC is trying to get you out of there, right? So my manager hit me up. He said, Cody lost his opponent. Do you want me to throw your name in the mix? I said, go ahead. I didn't think anything of it. Coming off losses, Cody being a former champion. And now here we are.
So you talk about that, because Cody's had some challenges too, but obviously, as you said, a former champion, a very exciting fighter. So I don't know, does this feel like a big fight for you to face a former champ?
Absolutely. How many UFC champions have they had? At 135, what, 4 max? So to get a chance to fight a former champion, like, they probably got like 80 guys on the roster, 90 guys on the roster. They don't get to fight the former champion, so this is definitely a major fight for me.
I love it. Last thing for me, I guess, what should we expect? Like you said, it's just kind of MMA, and you've been facing tough people. I mean, have there been any big changes in your game and your approach, or you just kind of stick with what you've been doing and hope the results fall your way?
No, I'm not hoping for anything. I'm prepared for this fight, you know, with short notice. I've been training, I just had to get a lot of weight off. That's the only thing I was focused on, but I've been training. And I went to Fortis MMA now, so I'm hoping that's going to be the difference. I went to Fortis MMA. I was there for a little bit, you know, got with coach, got a good game plan going, and I believe I'm ready for this fight.
Trevor, over here, other side. You mentioned, like, obviously you weren't the original opponent for this, but when you slide into a fight, not necessarily last minute, but it's obviously not a full camp, do you prefer having that short, like, window so you don't have to, like, sit and dwell on the fight as long? You kind of just jump right into camp and then the fight happens?
I don't really have any thought on that, but my whole career has been short notice fights, you know, fighting out of Guam and not being tied to any organization. I've always been a guy on the back end that had to take late fights. So honestly, I got a lot of great results doing late fights, probably better than a long fight. So I looked at that like, okay, you actually do well with these late 3-week notice fights. So I have probably more than 10 3-week notice fights. more than 12 3 weeks notice fights. So I'm hoping this turns out just like those fights turned out.
And I'm sure you've heard, like, after Cody's, like, recent run and slide, like, oh, Cody's done, like, he has no chin, he just kind of rushes forward and this and that. Do you just kind of put that out of your mind, knowing, like, what he can do? You can't just, like, bank on what people are telling you he's probably going to do.
Yeah, I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on the best Cody. He doesn't want to lose just like I don't want to lose. So I'm not focused on any of that. I'm not focused on what people are saying. I'm only focused on myself, my game plan, and what I need to do to Cody to beat him. Absolutely, I believe I have a lot of power, and if he gets over aggressive with me, that I could lay that shot. I have to believe that. I also believe he's going to try and wrestle me and take me down, so I'm also prepared for that, considering the way my last fight went. So I'm prepared for this guy, man. Yeah, he's a former champion or anything, but I'm always willing to put myself up to the task, and I'm ready for this fight.
Over here, Jordan. Obviously you're fighting on a card titled by John Jones, one of the greatest of all time. Kind of curious your take on that fight and how you see it playing out.
The main event?
Yeah.
Oh man, Jones, I'm a Jones too. So there's also some favoritism there, Jones blood. So, but I think it's a nice matchup for Jones. It's his first time at heavyweight. Like everyone's saying, they're both very similar, but Jones has that wrestling gap. That might be the difference if Jones can get him down. And if you look at Jones too, I watch a lot of Jones stuff. He does have good jiu-jitsu. When he gets caught in things, he knows how to maneuver there too. So Jones has a nice hitting talent, and he has a lot of things I think he hasn't showed too. It's definitely a great fight to see how he moves at heavyweight. He's not going to be as fast or as quicker. But Jones is Jones, man. Jones is the GOAT. I watch him beat so many high-level guys, and it's just hard to bet against Jones.
Yeah, appreciate that. And speaking of betting, you're not a massive underdog in this fight by any means, but you are an underdog. Kind of curious, if you embrace that role and how you think your chances actually play out on Saturday night.
Honestly, before I pay attention to a lot of that stuff, but right now I'm not. I'm focused on just beating Cody Garbrandt right now. I'm not focused on any of the odds, anything like that. Most of my fights, like I said, I'm from Guam. Nobody knew me before I got here. The Asian side knew me. And I was always underdog when I fought. And I beat a lot of guys that I was underdog. Probably same thing like I was saying about the 3-week camps and the long camps. Favorite, I've lost. Underdog, I win. Thanks, guys.
I guess, a couple days out. What's the feeling like for you right now?
Hi, I'm super happy, excited. I trained super hard for this fight.
After your last fight, you famously said, I'd kind of like one more fight before I get a title fight. So when you get the call that it is a title fight, what was the feel? Was it like, I'm not prepared yet, I'm nervous, or were you just excited?
Well, after that fight, I knew that this could be an option. And since that time, I just was focused on recovering and training just in case this could happen. So yeah, I always, I don't know why, but I had this date, March 4 on my mind, I don't know why. My coach called me, he said, hey, we have the championship fight, and we were like, true? I said, yeah, and I said, let's do this, okay, we're ready, why not? Who will say no to a championship fight, right?
Absolutely. And obviously Valentina's been a champ for a long time, right? So realistically, how long have you been game planning for how I would beat Valentina? What would I do if I was ever in there against Valentina? How long have you been preparing for this fight?
Well, I'm a big fan of women's MMA. Of course, I've been watching her career for a long, long time, and I think this is the biggest challenge of my life. You know, you can say that, well, I can say that I'm the best striker if I haven't faced, you know, someone like her. And I'm truly happy and inspired for this fight. I know she's tough, she's dangerous in all areas, and this made me train like tons, a lot. I was extreme with my discipline, I was extreme with my training, with my diet, with my conditioning. I was extreme in all areas, and definitely I'm a better athlete right now, and I can't wait to prove that.
Nice. Last thing for me, a special time for Mexican MMA right now, right? With the personal career as well, but I think for a nation special too.
Well, imagine that, you know, making history. I know that it's not easy, it's never easy to be the first female Mexican champion, like born, raised, trained in Mexico, means the world to me. So it's a big motivation, of course, too. I want
After Valentina's win over Tyler, a lot of fans had an off night. Maybe Tyler had the right game plan.
She won, you know. Sometimes you can be all around perfect. You know, sometimes you do something wrong and all people are judging you like, oh no, you're not good at this, you're doing. But I think she's great. She trained very hard. She's always training. She's a good athlete, and I just expecting the best version of Valentina for this fight.
We've interviewed a couple other fighters in your division, and a lot of the younger fighters say just beating Valentina seems more important than the title, just because of who she is. Do you? For you?
Well, of course, that was the thing, but as no all things that she has done so much. Like, of course, she has a lot more years in the sport, but knowing that, you know, all the credentials she has, and to be able to win someone like her.
Field's a big win. A lot of people are saying they just want her to fight Valentina next. Like, they're kind of even overlooking this fight. Do you think that's disrespectful? And what do you make of Aaron's ascension up the division?
Well, they're not on my focus right now. I'm just focused on Valentina.
Alexa, aquí, ¿cómo estás? En español.
Hola.
Alexa, África tuvo su momento en el pasado. Los campeones mexicanos, ya lo decías que es un compromiso para ti, pero internamente es una presión, una motivación. ¿Qué sentimiento pasa por ti el hecho de ser, tener la posibilidad de ser la primera campeona mexicana? Y segundo, Dana White lo dijo en su momento, tú eres o puedes ser la Ronda Rousey de la nueva generación. Esas dos cosas que
Pues claro, yo creo que es un poquito de las dos, ¿no? Es un poquito de nervios y motivación, pero definitivamente es muchísima motivación. Realmente quiero ganar ese cinturón. He entrenado durísimo todos estos años, confío en mi equipo, confío en mis coaches, en todo lo que estamos haciendo y nada, o sea, solo estoy agradecida con la vida por esta gran oportunidad de ponerme a prueba el sábado contra una competidora tan buena.
¿Qué significa para ti la sombra o la influencia de Ronda Rousey como una campeona femenina?
Bueno, gracias a ella todas las mujeres podemos pelear ahora en la UFC, que es algo muy importante. Para mí tener mi primer pelea por campeonato es algo que las mujeres no deben de pelear, ¿no? Y ahora realmente las peleas de mujeres emocionan muchísimo y pues me da mucho orgullo todo lo que está pasando en el MMA femenil y yo solo deseo y espero que todas las mujeres a lo mejor no para pelear, pero sí que sepan defenderse.
La última, has hablado con Brandon y con Yair Rodríguez previo a esta pelea. Si lo has hecho, ¿qué te han dicho y cómo te motiva?
Bueno, con el que más tengo comunicaciones con Brandon porque también trabajamos de comentaristas juntos y pues nada, siempre me ha dicho que disfrute mucho el momento, que dé lo mejor, que entrene durísimo y nada, eso es disfrutar el momento en el que estás viviendo porque muchos pueden soñarlo, pero muy pocas personas pueden lograrlo.
Alexa, we're here in the back. Alexa, we're hearing talks about your teammate Irene Aldana possibly in a title fight this year. Can you put into words what it would mean to you, both of you having a UFC title at the same time?
Imagine that we both are always training together. That's important for us, for Mexico, for my team, for my coaches, that having two women fighting and winning a championship in the UFC, it's amazing.
Now, it's your uncle who's your coach at Team Grosso, correct?
Yes.
Do you ever feel like he's tougher on you in the gym because he doesn't want to make it look like he's treating you nice because you're family?
No, he treats us like the same, but of course I feel a lot more pressure.
Thank you.
Alexa, por aquí, en español, por favor. Antes de la pelea anterior de Valentina con Taila Santos daba la impresión que era como invencible, 125 libras, y finalmente ganó como tú dijiste, que es lo más importante. ¿Cómo te preparas tú física y mentalmente para una peleadora que da la impresión que en su categoría, en su división de 125 libras, es sencillamente invencible?
Pues yo creo que es lo mismo, ¿no? Uno tiene que entrenar absolutamente como quiere pelear. Yo todos los días de mi campamento fui perfecta en todo lo que hice, fui extrema, realmente fui extrema con la disciplina, hice absolutamente todo para cubrir las áreas necesarias para cualquier situación que se presente en la pelea, poder estar listos y poder llevarnos la victoria.
¿Sientes tú el peso de tu país cuando te subas a la jaula, al octágono el sábado? ¿Sientes tú que todo tu país va a estar contigo, que vas a tener a tu gente y eso te va a ayudar en cierta manera?
Claro que sí, a mí me encanta escuchar a las personas cuando van a apoyarme, me encanta sentir toda la vibra y yo siempre les digo, no pongan en sus oraciones porque realmente creo en la buena energía y que con el trabajo duro que estoy haciendo con mi equipo y con todas las personas apoyando vamos a poder llevarnos ese tercer cinturón a México.
Mucha suerte.
Gracias.
Alexa, mencionaste la disciplina y que vas contra una de las mejores libra por libra, pero hay parte de esto que todavía es divertido para ti, que puedes decir, ok, logré mis sueños y estoy en lo más alto y sí voy a poder sonreír porque llegué a lo que muchos no han logrado antes que ti.
Ay, es que cada pelea es así, ¿sabes? Cada victoria o cada paso siguiente que doy, uno cree que es el más alto, pero te das cuenta que un paso más alto y más alto y más alto y más alto y realmente no sé hasta dónde llegue esta escalera, pero yo estoy feliz de cada escalón que estoy subiendo, estoy realmente muy contenta, muy orgullosa de lo que estoy logrando y de mi vida realmente cambió muchísimo desde que entré a la UFC, no te voy a mentir, antes mi motivación era tener una mejor vida, poder tener una mejor calidad, ¿no? de vida y ahora que lo tengo, pues mi foco más importante es ganar ese cinturón.
Qué lindo, bonito, padre, memorable es estar en Las Vegas, el gran evento de marzo y aparte el regreso de una otra leyenda, John Jones. ¿Qué más energía te da? ¿Qué otro nivel llegas gracias a esto?
Pues imagínate, es una gran cartelera, son nombres muy importantes y me da gusto poder estar aquí, poder que poner mi nombre, mi apellido graso en esta cartelera. y espero que todas las personas lo vean, disfruten mucho todo el evento.
De acuerdo, gracias y buena suerte el sábado.
Gracias.
Alexa, over here. You know, you're in a title fight, you know, on a card headlined by John Jones, one of the greatest fighters of all time. Kind of curious if you have a take on the John Jones Cyril Gane fight.
I think it's an important fight. It's interesting too, because Jun Jun has a long time without fighting. She changed the weight class, so I'm excited to watch his comeback.
And then, you know, up against Valentina, you know, you're about to be the biggest underdog you've been, maybe except the Tatiana Suarez fight. Kind of curious, you know, if you're embracing that role, as, you know, most people are going to count you out.
Well, a lot of people don't cheer and don't believe for themselves. Why will they do that for me, you know? I just want to prove that I'm doing everything the best way I can, so I'm gonna give my best to be the champion on Saturday.
Sean's got obviously a huge opportunity here, big card, Las Vegas, pay-per-view. I guess what's the excitement level like right now for this fight?
Огромный шанс для тебя, Лас-Вегас, большой пay-per-view турнир. Насколько ты взволнован?
Да, конечно, очень большой турнир. Я, в принципе, настроен мощно, всегда, как обычно можно сказать.
Yeah, it's a great big event, you know, I'm in a great mood, you know, just ready to go as usual.
You were supposed to fight earlier this year, of course. I guess what were your feelings when that fight was canceled, and was there any thought of maybe getting another opponent instead?
Ты должен был подраться ранее в году. Какие у тебя были чувства, когда бой отменился? Хотел ли ты, чтобы заменили соперника в январе?
Ну, сначала хотел, конечно, заменили, но они не смогли найти оговорку, у меня не получается. Но, в принципе, что не происходит, к лучшему. Зато я буду драться в такой номерном турнире и главным, один из главных боев.
Yeah, at first I wanted them to find a replacement, but they couldn't. You know, everything happens for the best, and now I'm part of such a big event.
It seemed like you kind of wanted to keep this fight together, as you know, tweeted at Jeff and that sort of thing. Is there something about the matchup stylistically that you like, especially?
Показалось, что ты именно хотел все-таки с Джеффом все равно подраться. Что-то именно в этом поединке тебя привлекает стилистически?
Просто он выше меня в рейтинге, а так он хороший боец, хороший ударник. Будем проверять его, как он будет действовать в бою со мной.
Yeah, you know, he's just higher in rankings than me. You know, he's a good fighter, good striker. You know, we're gonna check his skills, how's he gonna approach the fight with me.
That's the last thing for me. I mean, a win here would be huge for you, and a lot of people are calling for you to get a title shot sooner rather than later. I mean, how far do you think you would be from that, and would you start to call for that with a win here?
Многие считают, что победа в этом поединке будет для тебя огромным продвижением и ожидают от тебя шансы подраться за титул в будущем. Насколько ты считаешь, приблизишься ты к титулу после этого боя?
Я думаю, после этого боя за титул, думаю, еще один или два боя останется максимум.
Yeah, I think after this fight, you know, maybe one or maximum 2 fights before I fight for the title.
Chef Pat over here. Even dating back to before you got into the UFC, where does Jeff's power rank in terms of your previous opponents? Because obviously especially lately, he's been knocking out a lot of people.
Если сравнить со всеми соперниками, даже до UFC, где ты ставишь Джеффа по уровню как бы мощи, силы удара?
Я не знаю, он как сильно бьет, но посмотрим в бою, как он будет себя показывать. Я не знаю каких-то особо таких ударов никогда не пропускал, но пару раз был, но я думаю, посмотрим. Он сможет ли достать точно?
You know, I don't know how hard he hits yet, so we'll see. We'll see his level at the fight. We'll see if he can reach me and touch me at all.
Just from watching his fights, does anything stand out about him besides his power?
Изучая Джеффа Нила, что-нибудь еще выделяется, кроме его вот мощи ударов?
Не знаю, но быстрый вроде бы так, как двигается неплохо, дышит хорошо.
I think he's pretty fast, you know, he has a good movement and good cardio.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this is your first major UFC fight in front of a sold-out arena like this in T-Mobile, so have you thought about that leading into this fight?
Получается, что это твой первый бой со зрителями на такой большой арене. Думал ли ты об этом вообще?
Не особо не думал, конечно, приятно, что зрителям много народу будет смотреть на мой бой, получается. Интересно, это тоже, просто люди будут побольше и все.
I didn't think about it much, you know. It's good that it's going to be a big event and a big crowd, you know. It's going to just make things more interesting.
Shotgun over here. Right. With this being a card that features John Jones in the main event, does this feel like a bigger fight week for you compared to other fights?
Учитывая, что Джон Джонс главный бой вечера, как бы ты считаешь, ты оцениваешь этот турнир и всю неделю боя больше, чем обычно?
Да, конечно, это большой бой, большой турнир, можно сказать. Джон Джонс это один из величайших спортсменов, который был.
Yes, for sure, you know. John Jones is a big name, it's a big event, and John is
one of the greatest athletes to ever do it, for sure.
You have a very large fan base. What has been the fan support leading into this big fight with Jeff Neal that's going to be on the pay-per-view?
У тебя большая фанатская поддержка. Как ты ощущал ли ты эту поддержку перед боем с Джеффом?
Да, конечно, всегда поддерживают. Мои болельщики во всех мирах уже начинают появляться. Спасибо за поддержку. Я ощущаю, я чувствую.
Yes, I feel the support of my fans. Now I feel like I get more fans around the world too. So yeah, thank you very much for the support.
Shavkat down here. Saw you recently trained with Kamaru Usman. What was that training session like?
Он видел, что ты немного тренировался с Камару Усманом. Как прошла тренировка?
Ему один раз только занимались, но это недолго было, чуть-чуть работали, там одну тренировку, можно сказать. Ну, нормально, в принципе, так скажем, обычный человек, ничего такого сверхъестественного нету.
Yeah, we just had one short training session together a while ago. You know, so it was just a normal session. You know, nothing superhuman about Kamaru, just a normal training.
Do you think he'll win his belt back against Leon Edwards?
Считаешь ли ты, что Камару выиграет бой с Эдвардсом в реванше?
Я не знаю, но время покажет, но думаю, конечно, Камару как бы чуть-чуть больше шансов.
I don't know, time will show, but I believe Kamaru has more chances to win.
And who do you think will have the belt when and if you eventually fight for it?
И как ты думаешь, кто будет чемпионом, когда ты станешь претендентом?
Время покажет, я не хочу угадывать. Думаю, если даже Камару титул заберет, он, скорее всего, уйдет.
Yeah, I don't want to predict, you know, time will show. I believe even if Kamaru gonna win, I think it's not gonna take long for him to leave.
Shavkat over here in the back. There's a viral video going out there of UFC commentator Laura Sanko being very impressed by you. I'm just wondering, have you seen it, and what do you think of having her support?
Есть одно вирусное видео, где комментатор UFC Лора Санко реагирует на тебя. Видел ли ты это видео и как ты его оценишь?
Да, видел, в принципе. Ничего не могу сказать. Конечно, как мужчина тебе приятно, женщина, когда возвращается. В принципе, нормально отношусь.
Yes, of course, I saw that video. You know, what can I say? As a man, you always like when a woman adores you, so what else can I say? That's it.
Your teammate or your friend Rafael Fiziev also has a big fight 2 weeks from now. Can you put into words what it would be like for both of you to get a victory this month?
Твой друг Рафаэль Физиев будет скоро драться через 2 недели в Джастином Гейджи. Что будет значить для тебя, если вы оба победите?
Конечно, хорошо будет для меня и для нее тоже, для наших болельщиков.
It will be good for me, for him, and for our fans. It will be great.
Shavkat over here. Earlier, Jeff Neal was up here speaking. You're a pretty big betting favorite in this fight. A lot of people have been backing you for a while. Jeff kind of acted like he was going to be ruining everybody's parlays this week. Kind of curious how you feel about Jeff's confidence against you.
Джефф был здесь ранее, и у него спрашивали вопрос по поводу котировок букмекеров, так как ты являешься явным фаворитом. И Джефф сказал, что он порушит, так сказать, экспрессы многих. Что ты думаешь об этом?
Не знаю, бой покажет, конечно. Я думаю, что я, конечно, чуть-чуть здесь фаворит, хоть рейтинг он выше стоит, потому что я не побежденный, всех досрочно выиграл, насчет этого меня как бы фаворитом стоит.
I don't know if fight will show, but I believe I'm a little bit favorite here, you know, and I'm favorite for a reason, because I'm undefeated and I finished all of my opponents.
And then last question, you know, you're fighting on a card headlined by John Jones, one of the greatest fighters of all time. Kind of curious if you have an opinion on how that fight versus Cyril Gane is going to play out.
И твой прогноз на главный бой вечера между Джонсом и Сирил Ганом?
Конечно, тяжело, но, так скажем, Джон Джонс давно не дрался, он как он в форме, никто не знает, за это что-то сказать тяжело. Если, конечно, Джон Джонс будет Сирила Гана переводить и держать, там он может так выиграть. А так стойки, я думаю, с ним тяжело будет, потому что Сирил Ган очень чувствителен и, как бы скажем, легко двигаться. Футворк у него хороший.
You know, Jones didn't fight for a while, and it's hard to predict in what kind of shape he's gonna come back. If he can able to take down Cyril and control him, I believe he's gonna win the fight. But standing up, I believe Cyril have a better striking and better movement and better footwork. Yeah. What's up, guys?
What's going on, Rodriguez? It's a big fight, right? I mean, you've been working towards this moment, number 10 versus number 5, UFC pay-per-view. I mean, ESPN portion, but T-Mobile Arena. I mean, just what's the emotion around this fight right now?
Well, you know, it's coming to light finally. You know, it's coming to light, and in the beginning of my UFC career, like we had COVID, we had a lot of things, we had opponents pulling out,
And now it seems like that bumpy road is out of the way, and I'm getting that fight. You know, I think this is fight number 3 in the last 7 or 8 months, and that's beautiful, and that gets me to fighting the top 5. After this fight, you know, there's nothing else than fighting for that #1 contender spot, and I'm so happy to be here. It feels like Vegas is my second home now, and the fact that they bring me here every time for the biggest events, you know, it puts a stamp on my work, and I'm really happy about that.
You mentioned that, right? It was so hard for you to get fights. Now you're fighting so frequently. I mean, is there any downside to that at all? Like, I mean, between the travel back and forth, the camps that you got to put in, I mean, has this been a difficult pace for you to keep up at all?
Not at all. No, not at all. You know, I always say, especially when you're a bit further back in the rankings, you need to work to get to where you want to be. I'm not a guy that came into the UFC as a youngster, well, not an older guy, but I didn't come into the UFC with that I needed to build myself up. I needed to find my feet in the octagon for sure, but I had 3 world titles outside of the UFC. I was a K1 amateur world champion before turning pro in MMA. I'm used to the competition, so once I got my shot, I knew I wanted to go at this fast. I wanted to climb the ladder as fast as possible, fighting the best possible guys, and not refusing any fights. You know, if you can't beat this guy now, what do you want to do when you're champion? I want to beat whoever they put in front of me, and I have been doing that. When they phone and say, we have an opponent for you, this is the guy. I've only fought guys ranked above me. I've said yes, and it's climbed the ranks. And yeah, I'm coming to the top 5, and I'm absolutely ecstatic about that.
What were your thoughts when the name that they gave you this time was Derek Brunson? You guys been in the UFC for a decade plus. I mean, were you watching this guy along the way on your way up?
Yeah, absolutely. Derek Brunson is a legend of the sport, and you know, he's fought. I actually said it yesterday. Like, this guy defended every single takedown Yoel Romero threw at him. This guy took Yoel Romero down, an Olympic gold medalist, 4 times. This guy's a legend. This guy has only lost in his past over the past, 3 years, against 3 or 4 years, I'm not sure, Adesanya and Cannonier. No shame in that. But, you know, once again, that's a testimony of what the UFC thinks of me. This is what the part they're giving me. And when they phone me, you know, since we've trained together, when I'm in the United States, I train down in South Florida at Killcliff FC, and it was almost like, that's kind of weird, like how things worked out. Out of the 10 guys in the top 10, that's the guy they're picking, but it's an opportunity I can't say no to. And at the end of the day, it's nothing personal. It's just business when we get in there.
Last thing for me, I think you kind of touched on it, but again, you beat number 5, that's huge, and I think you have the added benefit of being kind of a fresh name in a division that's had the same names at the top for quite some time. So a win here, I mean, do you feel like a #1 contender fight is too soon? Do you feel like there's more? I mean, what do you think you should deserve or should get with a win here?
What more is there than fighting for that belt? That's what I'm here for, and you know, the more will come when I defend it. The more will come when I go up weight division and fight for another belt. When I defend my middleweight belt, become the greatest middleweight of all time. You know, that's a very, very high standard to set for yourself, but that's where I'm at. I don't have any other goals than being the greatest to ever do this. And I'm so happy to be in this situation, but I'm not very surprised. This is what the plan was, and it doesn't take away how exciting it is and how happy I am to be here every single time. It just, every time I look at it, I'm just think, damn, I love my job.
Drickus, over here. Obviously, your past few opponents, they tend to like to keep the fight standing, and they're complete MMA fighters, but they like to strike. Derek, like you said, high-level wrestler, took Yoel Romero down. Are you happy with this type of opponent to showcase the rest of your skill set rather than just fighting strikers in the middleweight division?
Yeah, absolutely. I knew that was coming. I knew they were going to eventually send me, because they've been giving me strikers the whole time. I knew they were going to give me a wrestling, grappling type of guy. Obviously, the fight with Muniz was one they wanted to do way back, and that fight had to be cancelled. But right now, yes, this is basically a test to see how I do with somebody else that's not a striker. That's not a striker, and see the rest of my game. And I'm absolutely so happy to showcase that I'm not only a striker, I'm not only a grappler, I'm not only a wrestler. If you're a wrestler, wrestle me and see how it goes. I'm extremely excited to go out there and prove that wherever this fight goes, I'm ready for it.
Did you have to change your camp at all compared to the last few, knowing that Derek does have that threat that he's always shooting for your legs and wrestling? He likes to wrestle in there?
Yeah, I mean, it's something you take note of. My opponents don't really dictate how I train and how I think about a fight. At the end of the day, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do. Obviously, we take note of that, and you bring in the guys that can wrestle a little bit more. You can get spaced. Your training partners does try to take you down a little bit more often, and you do prepare for those situations a little bit more, 100%. Against Darren Till, I wasn't preparing for a guy shooting at my legs that often. But fighting a guy like Gary Brunson, that's something you have to consider. So yeah, definitely we made the nothing major, nothing out of the ordinary, just getting wrestlers, just wrestling for this camp. That's not the way MMA works. That's an old mentality.
There's other middleweight fights on this card, but you're still below the debuting Bo Nickel, who's on the pay-per-view. You're on the prelims. Did you view that as any sort of like disrespect, or do you understand that like Bo is very popular here in America?
Yeah, as a wrestler, but at the end of the day, maybe when I fight for the belt, I can open up the card on the early prelims. I've been getting performance bonuses almost every fight, putting up amazing performances, and they put me down to the undercard. But really, just give me in the fight, and I win my fight. That's what I'm here for.
And final one, they've announced the rematch for Izzy and Alex. How do you see the rematch playing out?
Yeah, I honestly think Izzy is taking a rematch. I think it's almost like if this is the last thing I'll do, I'm going to win Alex Pereira. And I think Alex Pereira has achieved in his mind. This is all just speculation that I've come to another sport and beat Izzy for a third time. He's proven what he needed to prove, and I don't know if he still has that hunger. I'm not saying he doesn't, I'm just saying I don't know. But I think for Izzy, this is something that this means more to him than ever being UFC champion.
Quickly going off of that, like we talked to Izzy when he was in Perth, and he says like this rematch means more than the belt. Do you think that's the right attitude to bring into a fight against a guy that's already beaten you 3 times?
Yeah, I think Izzy of old was a lot. He almost left it all in the cage. He didn't protect the belt. You could see it at the end of his title reign. It was almost like he was defending that title. He wasn't fighting to win fights. So I think that's a good mentality for him, and I hope he can impose that.
Hey, Dricus, your last opponent, Darren Till, was granted his release from the UFC. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it sucks to see that. I don't know what the whole situation is. I saw he made a comment on social media saying he asked for his release, so he needs to figure some stuff out. So, hopefully it's a case, and I do believe Darren Till can still make one hell of a run at this if he goes down to 170.
That's what you said last time. You said you feel like he's a welterweight. Being in there with him, do you still feel like he needs to go back down to welterweight?
No, I know he needs to go down to welterweight.
And another card with fighting with Cameron. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome for us. It's massive for South African MMA. It's massive for African MMA. It's massive for the UFC wants to do Africa really, really bad this year, and I think it's massive for the both of us. We're representing a flag, we're representing a whole country, and even though it's going to be for him maybe 1 or 2 a.m. and for me 4 a.m., we're going to have a whole country on their feet. Everybody going absolutely crazy. The unity, the vibe that's going to bring is absolutely awesome. I'm actually jealous that I have to be here and not there.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Dracus over here. The back.
Yep.
Dracus, out of curiosity, is the C on your coat for Cameron Simon?
Let's say so.
And then, obviously, this time last year, 3 African champions. That has obviously changed. Is it a little does it bum you out? There's not as much gold potentially going back the next time they go, or do you see this as an opportunity? Now you do get to be the guy if and when they show up to Africa.
Well, I mean, did those belts ever go to Africa? As far as I know, it came to America and New Zealand. I'm going to take a belt to Africa. I'm the African fighting the UFC. Myself and Cameron, we breathe the African air. we wake up in Africa every day. We train in Africa, we're African born, we're African raised, we still reside in Africa, we train out of Africa. That's an African champion, and that's who I'll be.
Thank you. Hey, Dricus, right here. Just kind of going off what everybody else said, does it kind of feel like Cam Simon is like the little brother that your mom makes you bring everywhere with you now?
Well, you know, it definitely feels like a little brother, but Mom doesn't have to ask me to bring him. You know, it's an absolute honor to have him with me. He's an incredible guy. We're amazing friends. We train together every day. We've been doing that for many, many years. And it's so cool to share this with him, and he shared it with me. He was at my debut before, way before he was even considered for the Contender Series. I think it was 1-0 as a pro. And to see his journey is absolutely awesome. You know, it's a testimony of what we do at our team back home. It's not only me. I'm not a freak of nature out of my team fighting this weird style, as people have been saying, and I'm winning fights luckily and great. No, it shows that the system we're doing. Look at Cameron. He's an incredible athlete, and he's coming from the same gym, same coaching, same system. Team CIT, we are doing things right. We are doing things different, but it's working, and it's incredible to see, and it's awesome to share my journey and his journey with each other.
And you and I have talked about South Africans, you know, work hard, play hard. I was told to ask you, if you're drinking out of your right hand and I call Buffalo, what happens?
Well, I mean, rules are rules, right?
So, for anybody that doesn't know, what happens?
I'm gonna down that faster than anybody you've ever seen.
Appreciate it, bro.
Dricus over here. You know, you're number 10 in the middleweight rankings. You're a minus 250 favorite against number 5. Now, how does that feel that, you know, while the rankings may not support that, quote unquote, you're the better fighter, obviously the odds makers believe you are?
Yeah, that's always great. You know, the odds, to me, it doesn't really matter, but it is, you know, a tap on the shoulder to know that people are starting to realize, like, this guy, random guy coming out of South Africa is not just a fly-by-night, got that lucky punch, got another lucky punch. No, they start taking me seriously, and they know that I can hang with the best in the world.
You made a comment earlier that Vegas was starting to feel like a second home. Obviously, Vegas is one of the best cities in the world. Yeah, anything in Vegas you particularly enjoy besides fighting?
I love the pizza, I love the beer, and that's all I have to say about that.
Sounds good. Last question for you. Main event, obviously John Jones, one of the greatest fighters of all time, headlining the card you're getting a fight on. You know, do you have an opinion on how that fight's going to play out?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. You know, I said John Jones, the return, when I heard that's happening, I got offered the fight on this card before I knew that John Jones was returning. I just had a feeling. I said, I think that's the card. They're going to make him return. Like I really want to be on that card. It's great. And it's a massive honor for me. Like I said, I was on the Dustin Poirier Conor 3 card. I was on the Adesanya Cannonier card. I was on some of the best cards, you know, ever. It's been absolutely awesome to be on those cards. Every card I've been on, except for my debut, was a massive pay-per-view event here at the Team Howell. So, yeah, I think the greatest John Jones will be victorious. I think he has enough tools, and you know, it's almost. But it's also one of those fights you don't know. You know, it's like you have to wait for it. You know, 3 years is a very long time. And I don't think he's a guy that's going to struggle with ring rust. I just think, you know, the game changes and it changes fast. Especially these past, like, 2 years, you can see, like, every event you see, like, wow. People are just adapting so quickly and the game is changing. And this game waits for no man. So that's going to also be a factor. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does the adjustment. I believe he had enough time at the weight that he's at to be comfortable there. But it's going to be interesting to see, but I do believe that, you know, he has the fight IQ and all the necessary tools to make the adjustments needed.
Practice, welcome back to your home away from home. Does it get easier as it progresses to acclimate to Vegas, adjust to Vegas, all that fun stuff that it is from training so far away?
Yeah, I guess it gets familiar. It gets familiar. It's good that it gets familiar. Starting to know the town, starting to almost go through the paces once you get here. It's not it's not a struggle to arrange to go to the PI to get a car rented, get accommodation, because I have to be here quite early because we have a 10-hour time difference. So for me, it is absolute necessity for me to be here at least 10 days from the fight to be able to climatize 100%. So at first needing to sort out the accommodation, the rentals, everything, the training, everything you need. And by now, everything is sorted. We know how to deal with it. We know how to deal with it, and it gets easier and it gets more fun every single time.
Excellent. And last for me, you mentioned the wrestling and preparing properly. I saw a little damage in the left eye. Is that hard sparring or what?
Yeah, I mean, we go hard on it, man. No, I'm saying the left eye was just a little blood vessel. It's been there for a couple of weeks. Nothing serious. Obviously, I had it checked out. So it's just a little blood vessel, it happens.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Eighth consecutive title defense. I mean, are there still emotions, nerves, anything, or is it just business as usual for you at this point?
As usual, emotion, nerves, everything like on their own place.
Fair enough. Obviously everybody's pointing to your last bout in June and saying, oh, maybe there's some weakness there. She's finally showing that she can be beaten. How do you look back to that fight in June? What do you think we saw in that fight?
I think it was a good fight, and definitely we are speaking about the top competition, right? Best promotion of mixed martial arts in the world. We're competing all the best athletes. Definitely, you're gonna have to work out a lot. And not every fight can be like easy fight, right? But this is the difference between champion and challenger. Because champion, no matter how hard is the fight, will find the way to stay the champion. This is what I show in the fight. No matter how hard it was, yes, it was harder than like maybe previous fight, but still the champion I am.
Nice. You've continued to fight the best in the world. Alexa Grasso, amazing boxing skills, good on the feet, I guess. What do you see in her, and where does she stack up in terms of challenges that you faced?
Yeah, you said exactly. She is very good in what she is doing. That's why she is a contender for this bout, for this next my title defense. And yeah, I took everything seriously about her. I know she's good in her striking, but we also cannot forget we are fighting mixed martial arts. So I prepared for everything as usual. And yeah, just be very attentive during the whole fight and be myself and do everything I have to do to win the fight.
Nice. Last thing for me, obviously an 8th consecutive defense would be incredible. You're setting women's records, but then you would start getting next to the names like, GSP and Anderson Silva and Demetrius Johnson. Do you look at things like that, and do you want to set records like that before you decide you're done? What else do you have left to check off before you say I've done enough?
It's never enough. No matter how much you are doing, it's never enough, because for me, martial arts is my life. And I'm not competing for numbers. I'm not competing for be next to some name or something like that. I do that because I love to do that. And if I do that, I want to be the best.
Valentina, over here. In your last few fights, leading up at like the press conferences and the media day, you would say things like, they all say the same thing, they all talk. But Alexa's been very respectful of you. She praises you at media day. So has it been refreshing to have an opponent that isn't, you know, talking? She just respects your skills and wants to challenge herself.
This is like I think it's all fighters, they have their own character, right? Alexa, she's Alexa. Other fighters, they're other fighters, and she won't like do things that she never did before, only because someone want to create trash talk or something like that, or more attention for the fight. No, I think this is exactly what this fight game need: characters. If you are like you are, be you are, not be someone else. If someone creating trash talk because he is or she is trash talkers, that's fine. But don't try to play some game that it's not yours. And yeah, I heard like she also mentioned about like everyone has a weak point, something like that. But and she kind of like will figure out where is this weak point. But I want to say I want to leave a reminder. While you're trying to figure out my weak point, don't forget about your weak point. Don't forget about your fears. I know her fears. I know her weak point, and I will use it in my game.
I saw you did some of your camp in Japan, and you did some sumo wrestling, or you were at the sumo wrestling. How was that experience?
It was amazing. Actually, I didn't do training with sumo wrestling. I was watching how they train, and it's very impressive because usually people what do? They watch competition. It's kind of like whole different story. And the trainings, you see how they work, how much effort they put on their sport. And after we were very lucky to have a lunch with them and actually to stay see how they are living. It's like 3-floor building. First floor this is like training gym. Second and third and one dormitories. And third when they cook, and they cook by themselves. It's everything about traditions, everything about how much respect you have to your training partner, to your teacher. And I very enjoy to see the approach what Japan how is martial arts over there, because it's kind of like old style martial arts. Now in the modern world, many fighters, they're thinking about money, about ratings, about they don't care much about the gym, they don't care much about their coaches, but there it's still old school, the school what I was growing up, the same spirit, and where they fighting, they training very hard. And I speak not only about the sumo wrestling, also about MMA fighters, about in general mixed martial arts. And they're training because they have an idea. They're very dedicated what they're doing. They fight for their noble things. They fight for their gym, their coaches, not because some money they will get. No, it's about honor, and I very respect it.
Valentina over here. Hi. You mentioned training in Japan. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go next to train? You train all over the world. Is there any place you have in mind of where you'd like to train next?
To train next, it's a very interesting question, but I don't know about the training, but one of my countries what I really want to visit, India, is calling me a lot and saying, Valentina, when you come to India, and I really want to go there, because I think India is a very pretty country. I love to watch Bollywood movies, and recent movies, they are they are just cool, especially about sport. They're very cool movies. I want to go to New Zealand. I've been in Australia a couple years ago, but didn't have a chance to travel to New Zealand. And I think wherever I go, I will train as well.
And just last question from me. When we spoke last, I know you mentioned that you feel like Erin Blanchfield would need one more fight if she was to fight for the title. But
maybe more.
Okay, well, Dana White mentioned in an interview recently that he does think that Erin's next because of an issue with Talia Santos fighting in the United States. What was your reaction to that? I don't know if you saw that clip.
No, I didn't see that clip. I didn't see, I didn't know, because I'm super focused on my upcoming fight this Saturday. But I still believe if they put her, that's fine. But I still believe she's not ready for the title fight yet.
Valentina, aquí, ¿cómo estás? En español, ¿está bien?
Está bien.
Si bien es cierto, tú eres de Kirguistán originaria, también peleas por Latinoamérica. Técnicamente la primera vez que dos peleadoras latinoamericanas van a pelear por un título en el UFC. Toda la gente te quiere mucho en Latinoamérica y está pendiente esta pelea. ¿A ti qué significa Latinoamérica en esta pelea?
Significa mucho para mí Latinoamérica porque he vivido bastante tiempo, 8 años por allá, y claro que adoptó muy bien la cultura que tiene la gente, el ambiente en general, y tengo mucho amor y mucho cariño por todos los países, porque cuando nosotros vivimos en Perú, por este tiempo, nosotros viajamos por toda Latinoamérica, Colombia, Ecuador, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, sí, claro que en Brasil, tenemos muy buenos amigos en México también, muy buena escuela Black Belt Central, y este mundo siempre se queda en mi corazón, porque tanto tiempo es como ya es parte de ti.
Valentina, hay mucho respeto entre Alexa y tú, pero en términos generales, ¿qué tienes tú que no tiene Alexa?
Yo creo que eso vamos a ver el sábado, ¿no? Y yo no me gusta antes de la pelea hablar mucho de estas cosas, comparar una a la otra, porque yo creo que cada una tiene sus cosas buenas y este es lo más bonito de ver en artes marciales. Cada uno es diferente y todos juntos nosotros como traemos una belleza para artes marciales mixtas en general.
Gracias.
Valentina, down here. Do you think you'll ever go back up to bantamweight, or is the rest of your career going to be at flyweight?
I do think I'm gonna move up. Yeah, I do think it's gonna happen sometimes, someday.
Given that, do you think a trilogy with Amanda is inevitable?
It's only the one reason why I should move up.
How do you think a trilogy goes?
This time has to go like my way, no matter what. I think I don't have to do like everything that I have to do to win the fight, because it's kind of like what I expected from myself.
Do you think you're the only person at 135 that can beat Amanda?
I am. I will try to do that. Yeah, I think that our second fight what we had, and I don't think that I lost that fight, and I rewatched it like several times, and I still think it should be like go different way. If it would be like champion against champion, no doubt judges would give like victory to my side. But that time it was different situation, different circumstances. That's why it's happened what it happened. But when the trilogy gonna happen, it's gonna be everything like completely new, brand new.
Valentina, down here, I know you said that you don't focus on accolades and making history, but if you do win this fight, you're going to become the first champion to complete the set of rubies. You're going to have 8 rubies. And how does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing, yeah, definitely, but I don't think about that right now. I don't want to put in my head thoughts that don't belong here right now at this moment. I know if I win, this is only what matters. But if I start to think about rubies, numbers, names, or something like that, I'm gonna go way far from my goal. So I prefer to stay focused on what I have to do, and I know if I do the way as I want to do that, I mean successfully defend my title. Everything else just gonna be here naturally.
Thank you.
Hey, Valentina. Ren Nakai picked up a big win and called you out, and then you said if you come to the UFC, get in the top 10, I would like to fight you. Is that a fight, I know that you're focused on Alexa, but is that a fight in the future that you would like to welcome?
I think, yeah, I saw her tweet and she was like saying things like that with a lot of respect and everything. I think she's like old school fighter who was first Japanese fighter fighting in UFC and now having this successful career. What she is having, I think 10 wins like by KO submission, something like that. And she deserves to be in UFC, but it doesn't mean that she can like straight jump in here and fight for the title. It doesn't mean. I just say like, yeah, you deserve to be in UFC because you are old school fighter.
With her being an old school fighter, is that a name that you would like to put on your resume?
I don't know. I never think about like what's collecting names or something like that. But if she can do that, if she can like go back to the UFC, if she can claim up to top 10, it's hardly difficult, I say, because this competition is very hard. If she can do that, why not?
Thank you.
Valentina, way over here in the back. Valentina, you know, we always talk about, oh, she must prepare so much to be at the level that she's at and to be as successful as she has. So when you have a fight like your last one that was so competitive and you already trained so much, does it change anything? How do you improve when you already put so much work into being the best?
Oh, you know, it's kind of like cool thing about martial arts. You never stop to improve. No matter how successful you are here to be better every single day. And no matter how a successful fight, or what fight it was, there is some things to work on. And after every fight, after successful defense, even more a little bit complicated defense, me, my coach Pavel, my team, we are sitting together, we see what we can add to my game and we work on that. So this process is never stopping for me, so it's kind of natural for me. I every time looking how to be better.
We obviously finally got to see your movie with Halle Berry, Bruised. The fight ends in a draw. Is there a version of the movie where you win the fight?
About what?
Is there a version of the movie where you win the fight with Halle Berry?
What kind of movie you were watching?
Or the film?
I am being in the fight over there. What kind of movie was you watching?
Thank you.
Valentina, aquí en español otra vez. La última pelea tuya fue difícil, fue cerrada, fue complicada. ¿Cambiaste algo para esta nueva defensa de tu campeonato? ¿Agregaste algo, quitaste algo, alimentación, parte física, la táctica?
No significa que tú tienes que cambiar algo cardinalmente. A pesar que una pelea fue un poquito más complicada que las otras. No estoy pensando que la pelea fue mucho más complicada, porque ¿qué nosotros podremos ver de mi contrincante? Sentar de atrás de mi espalda y solamente esperar cuando pasa el tiempo así y recibiendo todo el damage que yo siempre golpeaba. ¿Qué se puede decir? Sí, tal vez esta decisión fue 2-1, sí, tal vez, pero no creo que fue muy complicada y muy difícil para cardinalmente cambiar algo. No, yo sé que solamente tenía que trabajar igual como yo estoy trabajando, y lo más importante para la pelea que yo tengo este sábado es ser mí misma, trabajar en mis instintos como peleadora, y yo sé que si estoy en una forma de 100%, todo va a salir bien.
Y ya habla más rapidito. Llevas muchas defensas de tu corona y ganas y ganas y ganas. ¿Hay algún momento en que te aburres, que es lo mismo con lo mismo, que el reto competitivo tuyo dice necesito otra cosa? ¿Te pasa eso por la mente en algún momento o no?
No, nada, porque cada pelea es pelea de verdad. Y cuando tú entras al octágono y frente a ti es un rival que quiere golpearte con toda la fuerza, nunca no puedes estar aburrida, porque los golpes son de verdad.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Valentina in the back.
Way back here. The competition in all of the weight classes for the women continues to improve. What are you seeing in this latest crop of competitors that has improved martial arts for the better, specifically in UFC?
I see a lot of progress in competition, yes, and it's like female martial arts, they are on a huge level right now. And I was saying previously that flyweight is going to be the most interesting weight class in female division, and now we finally can see that and people accepting that. I was saying it for years, and now it's when time is passed, people kind of ready to accept it. It was there since the beginning, but now everyone is ready to accept. This is the difference. But yes, definitely the level is huge right now. Now we can see like not only style against style, for example, wrestler against striker. No, girls are like complete MMA fighter. They fight good in striking, they fight good in wrestling, they fight good in on the ground game. So this is the development of the sport. And MMA, mixed martial arts, is the sport #1 in the whole world right now.
Last question for me. Next week in Dallas, ATA will have its Spring National Championships. What would you say to those young women and young men who are getting ready to head to the mat next week?
Oh, just want to wish the best of luck for every single competitor, because sport brings happiness to every person, no matter how like result like what kind of result you can get, win or lose. But this is a part of this magic journey of the sport, and I say. From my experience, and I am in sport this year, like celebrating 30 years, I can say exactly this is what makes me happy.
Thank you. Good luck.
Valentina, over here. Over here. You know, you're a pretty big betting favorite, as expected at this point, against Alexa this week, and you've been as much of a Sherlock as it gets in the sport. I'm kind of curious, like, where your confidence is. You know, are you still deserving it to be a 5-1 favorite over somebody?
You know, I never watched that before the fight. This is the last interesting thing, what it's like taking my attention about the odds and everything like that. Because I'm kind of like focusing on the real thing. In real, like when I'm gonna step inside of the octagon, I'm gonna face a furious girl who wanna like to take what is mine. And I not let her do that things. That's why I kind of like every time focus on myself and not looking who put me, or because it's kind of like you cannot be good for everyone. There is some people say you are good, there is some people say you are bad. So just be honest with yourself. Do what your like conscience says to you that this is the right things to do, and this is the most important. If you know that you are doing everything right, this is #1 what you have to take in your mind.
Perfect. And then obviously your name is about as big as it gets in women's mixed martial arts, and you're fighting on a card with John Jones headlining, obviously the biggest name, or one of the biggest names in the sport. Curious how you think that John Jones-Cyril Gane fight is going to play out.
I think it's amazing fight, huge comeback for John Jones, amazing opponent, Cyril Gane, and yeah, it's gonna be like just over the roof, the event by itself, because it's not only just about them, it's about whole fight card, and I think it's just amazing. Thank you so much.
I don't know.
It's more about other people on the
I just put chapstick on. Am I mad greasy? What am I doing? Am I right? I'm good, dude. I'm blessed with you. Oh, you're actually gonna help me out. I appreciate that. You're so sweet. You're so sweet, Denise.
John, I know how excited you were when this fight got officially announced and put together. I guess now that we're just a couple days out from you getting back in the octagon, what does it feel like for you right now?
Oh man, it feels awesome. I'm just so grateful to be here. I'm glad to be home. The promotion is just so different than it used to be. It's just like, it's really stepped up a notch, man. It's awesome. It's just really great. I'm soaking it all up. I'm trying my best to just enjoy the whole process and just have as much fun with it all as I can.
I know that you were kind of looking for like that healthy fear, like a little bit of nerves that maybe weren't there. I wondered if they were there, and then I noticed you got up there at media day and you're worried most about the chapstick and how it's looking on your face. So I'm guessing maybe not too much nerves going on right now, but ahead of this fight, heavyweight, the debut, like, is that healthy fear back a little bit?
What is it? What?
Like that nerves, some of that edge that was kind of missing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's fear. One of my favorite quotes, is, God hasn't given me the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. So I can't say that I'm afraid. There's some nervousness. Doing media makes you feel a little nervous. You just want to put your best foot forward. Seeing the fans again. Being the kind of center of attention again. I'm from Albuquerque, and I live a pretty simple lifestyle, shooting guns, hanging out with my dog, taking care of my family. It's just like, I'm just a low-key guy. So this is like, it's a nice reality check being out here in front of everyone again, and I'm just doing my best with it and trying to have fun with it, share some light and love, and just enjoy the process.
For all of us on the outside, like our big questions, right, is like, how's John's body going to hold up at heavyweight? Will he still have the speed and the movement? Will the strength hold up? Can the cardio go 5 rounds? I mean, you've been the one preparing, and do you know the answers to all those questions, or do you not know how it is once you get in the actual octagon?
I believe I know the answers to these questions. I feel awesome. I feel awesome. I feel like I move really well. I have great pride in my endurance. I do a lot of endurance training, whether I'm on a row machine or in the pool or on the bike, or sparring or heavy mitts, jiu-jitsu, jogging. I work really hard. I feel great. Honestly, I feel like a stronger version of myself. I'm not super lean. I don't have a mean six-pack like I used to. That took me a while to get used to. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, I would judge like my fitness level by the way I looked in the mirror. I'm a heavyweight now. That's why my teammates said, John, you're a heavyweight now. And it's not about what you look like, it's about how you perform. And I feel like I'm performing really well. I've had some close knockouts this camp, knocking out other people. That's something that never happened in camp in the past. When I decided I want to get guys down to the ground, they go down. I have a pretty much 100% takedown rate in my training right now, and I feel really good. I like it. Get to eat what I want. Feel good, you know what I'm saying? Life is good.
Nice. The last question for me, obviously you spent a lot of time fighting the absolute best in the world, right? So I'm just curious, as you break down Cyril, where does he rank on that scale of best in the world? Like, is he up there as one of the toughest challenges you've ever had, or maybe not?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say whether it would be the toughest challenge or not. I can't predict the future. My first Gulf season fight, I wasn't expecting him to put on the fight he did, and it was an absolute war. I am ready for whatever. I'm ready to dominate, but if I don't dominate and the fight goes 5 rounds, I'm ready to press forward, and I'm ready for a dogfight. I'm ready to bleed and sweat, leave my heart out there. I'm ready for however it goes. I feel pretty prepared for victory.
John over here. You just mentioned about being prepared to bleed and stuff like that. I know you're a technician at the sport, but you're also someone who can go in there with bad intentions. You want to go in there and prove that you can beat this guy up. Cyril talks about this as a sport, as an athletic competition. Do you think when it comes down to it, he just doesn't have some bad intentions in him like you could take in there?
Well, I believe that, if I go out there and stand in front of him and let him get into his rhythm, then I'm sure he'd have bad intentions. I won't be lulled to sleep by him. Of like, I'm just happy to be here. It's just a sport. Life goes on if I win or lose. I feel like I fight from something a little bit different. There's a dog inside of me. It was interesting because during the countdown, his coach was like, For the Tai Tuivasa fight, we focused on bringing out Cyril's dog, and I don't feel like that's something your coach should have to like teach you about being a dog. Either you have it or you don't. And I know that I'm a dog at the end of the day. I have a dog in me, I have a lion in me, I have a vicious warrior inside of me. It's who I am. And losing is not an option. This is not just a sporting event to me. This is my life. This is my image. This is my legacy. This is me. And my reasons why are really big, you know. My reasons why are really big, and I don't know if his energy matches mine when it comes to the seriousness of how I take this fight in this game.
A lot of people are talking about wrestling versus striking and stuff like that, but in terms of big fight experience, you've done this, right?
Yes, sir.
He's had 1 or 2 big fights. The fight with Francis was a big fight, but do you think there's a chance as he's walking to that cage on Saturday, the moment just starts to build and get to him, whereas it just won't for you?
You know, I could see him staying composed in the moment. He fought Tai Tuivasa in front of his home country. I'm sure that was a massive moment for him. But I'm not Tai Tuivasa. I look nothing like him. I don't perform like him. I'm not Derek Lewis. I'm not Francis Ngannou. I'm a much, much different athlete. I'm by far the most versatile athlete he's ever faced, and the most experienced athlete he's ever faced. And whether he realizes it in the cage or walking to the cage or not, he will realize it maybe by round 2 or round 1. He'll realize it. He'll realize it.
And last one from me. When you spoke to John Morgan, you said that you can guarantee the fans this fight and a Stipe fight. Is that possibly the last time we'll see you? If you beat Stipe, are you content with walking away? Or do you have an interest in fighting these younger up-and-comers once again, but this time at a different division?
You know, really, I can't predict the future. You know, I speak very confidently. I have a lot of belief. I have a lot of faith, but I can't predict the future. Like I said, this fight could be an absolute war. Or it could be like, wow, he just blew through game. You know, I don't know how it's going to look. Then I'm going to base it on how I'm performing, you know, how I'm feeling. I'm just going to take it one fight at a time. And my goals for myself personally is to make this look easy and to fight at least 2 times this year, at least. And then we'll just take it from there.
John, over here. We spoke with Anthony Smith earlier this week, and he said if you had fought Francis, he would probably predict you to go 50-45 over Francis, and he feels Cyril is just a tougher, like, mixed martial arts fight. So given how much tape you do watch leading up to your fights, do you agree that Cyril would just be a tougher all-around fight than Francis?
I feel like Cyril is the most incomplete fighter in the top 5 right now. He has really good striking, and he has really good footwork. But I've watched his fights, you know. He got tired in his last fight against Francis Ngannou. All that fancy footwork, you know, him supposedly being the fastest heavyweight that we've ever seen, all that went away. 1 or 2 takedowns, making him earn, getting back up to his feet, that tired him out big time. I'm a wrestler, and I wrestle people a lot, and it's a different type of endurance, you know. A lot of people don't like having someone on top of them and having to earn their way back up to his feet. I watched Francis Ngannou in that last fight. Francis, in the last rounds, could barely move his feet. He could barely lift his legs. He was walking so slowly. And Dane didn't destroy Francis. You know what I mean? Francis wins his fights by like first round knockout, second round knockout. Francis outworked Cyril Gane. Cyril's game, coach said it himself. Cyril's talented, Francis is a hard worker. I beat Daniel Cormier. I outworked Daniel Cormier. Daniel's slogan is embrace the grind. Daniel Cormier outworked the shit out of Francis. But Francis, the guy who outworked Cyril Gane, it's like, since when has Francis become a guy who outworks others? His gift is knockout power. He got outworked by Francis. That tells me a lot. That tells me a lot. I watch that fight almost every night, and I just see Francis exhausted, laying on top of Cyril Gane, not even trying to hurt him, just being satisfied being on top. and I saw no offense from the ground. We all know Cyril has nice ankle locks. Our team worked extensively in ankle lock defense, reversing them. I just don't see Cyril being able to handle that like me. I just can't see it. I respect him. I work very hard. I know I talk confidently, but I respect him so much. And like every opponent, I give it my all. I just don't see myself losing to a guy like Cyril Gane. Not getting outworked by Francis. I just can't imagine him outworking me and he couldn't outwork Francis. I just can't see that happening.
When you went on your layoff, you were the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. That conversation has kind of come up a lot between Volkanovski and Islam, and I feel like there's like a generation of fans that's like, hey, wait, like John Jones is fighting in a couple of weeks. Have we forgotten what he's done? Do you think people, like there's a generation that just hasn't seen you fight and maybe they just don't appreciate what you did in the past?
You know, it's wild. The MMA game is wild. I have young men coming up to me. And,
Yao Ming?
I said, excuse me? Yao Ming? No, young men. I was like, yeah. Yeah, I have young men coming up to me and they're like, dude, I started watching you when I was 10 years old. You know, today I'm 22 years old. I'm like, I've been around for a long time, dude. I got all these gray hairs in my beard. It's wild. It's wild. I'm honored to still be here. It's great to still be here. I've been inactive over the last 3 years when it comes to the UFC space. I've been living a total martial arts lifestyle for the very first time in my life, though. You know, in the past I would mainly train right before fights, and now I have my own team, and they hold me accountable. I have to be there, and so you know, I weightlift 4 days a week. I train 5 days a week. I have multiple practices a day. To get to your question, Volkanovski has been very active, and I do believe that he deserves to be the top fighter in the world, him and Islam. You know, I think Volkanovski kept that title after a loss, but he deserves it, man. He's refreshing, he speaks well, his country loves him, he represents the sport well. He can't dance. We established that. I asked him, well, being able to dance is funny. He's like, yeah, it's just shadow box. Anyways, I'm fighting to be the greatest fighter ever, not to be the pound-for-pound best right now. We have two different motivations, and I think there's room for both of us at the top.
And final one for you, Bo Nickel was in here. He said you guys had a little bit of a wrestling match. So how'd that go?
It wasn't a wrestling match. Bo is young and ambitious, and he's looking for a reason to try to take me down, I'm sure. I'll give him the opportunity if he wants it, but I'm an old man with a lot of tricks. We shook hands, and we kind of got down in the wrestling stance. And I think he was thinking I was going to let his hand go. And he went to try to grab my leg, and I held his hand and just kind of made him do a really awkward motion. And we both looked at each other, and I just said, I got some tricks now.
So you didn't walk up to him and say, I bet I could take you down?
I did not. I learned my lesson with DC. I learned my lesson. But I'm super excited for Bo Nichols. He's an American wrestler. He represents that grit, that hard work. And I can see him just going extremely far in this sport. Yeah, he has one of the greatest martial arts down already, which is, I believe, is wrestling. Us wrestlers, we get to dictate the pace of a fight. When things get tough on us, we just take it to the ground, and we can also avoid being taken down. We can get back to our feet when we're in trouble. And Bo has that down. I think he's going to do awesome. I'm excited to get to know him better.
John, down here to your left, you touched on your weight training and you brought in Stan, the Rhino, everything for your weight training. Talk to me about that. How was it training with a former Mr. Olympia bodybuilder?
What's up, Devna? Where you from?
London.
London, yeah. How you doing?
Good, I'm good.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so I worked out with a guy named Stan Efferdine for a while. They call him White Rhino. He's actually a Las Vegas native. I worked out with a guy, Matt Wiedemer, who was he was a strength and conditioning coach for, I believe, the Browns. The Browns, I believe. Anyways, both of these guys came out to Albuquerque. They lived with me for 9 months. They taught me about lifting hard, lifting heavy. They taught me muscular endurance, which is basically lifting heavy for lots of reps. You see guys often, they'll they'll do they'll do 600-pound deadlift and only be able to lift it once. These guys have me doing things like 500 pounds, for sets of 10, things like that, sets of 8, just really working that muscular endurance. They taught me the importance of eating. You gotta eat if you want to gain size. And so just eating rice with eggs in the morning and rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 6 meals a day, 3 protein shakes a day. The importance of sleeping early, staying hydrated, just really living the lifestyle of an athlete. And I think that's why I come into this event with so much confidence. I know you guys haven't seen me in 3 years. I don't post very much about my private life or what I do on a day-to-day basis, but my team see me. They see my workout ethic, and it's really good. I'm really proud of it. I'm very confident. I genuinely believe that if you were to put me in some sort of CrossFit event with all the heavyweights in the UFC, I believe I'd come out in first place. There may be guys that can bench a little more than me, guys that maybe can deadlift a little more than me, guys that can squat more than me, but when it comes to long distance, lifting big numbers, having muscular endurance, better than ever.
And you touched on the big 3 lift there. What were your records, if you can remember, when you were working?
So I ended off training camp, bench pressing 315 for 5. Deadlifts is about 640, and my bench is about 500 pounds, maybe 520, somewhere around there. Towards the end, I wasn't going for big numbers. I was just going for explosiveness and muscular endurance, but I've gotten pretty strong over the last 3 years.
Final question for me. A lot has been made about this new heavyweight frame you got. What was the peak weight that you reached during the 3-year hiatus?
A few months ago, I got up to about 267, but I felt a little more bloated, and I didn't like my endurance at that weight. I plan on competing right around anywhere between 245 and 250 and fighting that with real gain. I don't think I need to be overly big in this event. I just need to have the engine carry me through the event. I have the engine.
John, right here. You tweeted out the other day, I feel officially cleared and there will be no asterisk next to my performances anymore. I think I know what you were getting at with that, but for people who are maybe uneducated, can you elaborate?
Yeah, so USADA has changed some of the rules regarding picogram levels and what's allowed, and I've come to find out that all my findings were under the new legal limit, meaning that I would have been cleared from every test I've ever taken, and that means a lot to me. I'm grateful to be the athlete who fought the system, who could afford the lawyers and the scientists to prove my innocence. I do believe that I don't know, or carry the cross or like took the bullet for the rest of all the young athletes, but I was the first to have to go through it, and people consider me a cheater. And now, if that same rule would have applied back then, it would have never even made the media. It would have never been a deal at all. My win over Daniel Cormier would not be a no contest. It would be a knockout, KO, victory. So I'm hoping that with these rule changes, maybe we could go back and make that no contest a win. That would mean a lot to me. I have no ill will towards USADA or anything like that. It was just something that we needed to go through. I was the first one and one of the biggest names to go through it. And I'm glad I did, because some of these younger fighters wouldn't have been able to survive something like that. They would have just been cut or not been able to afford the lawyers or whatever. So I took the bullet for this sport, for Major League Baseball, and I'm glad that fighters in the future get to avoid what I went through. It was hell being considered a steroid chief, and I'm glad that people can see clearly now that I never was, and I feel set free.
John,
you mentioned, just one more. You mentioned that we don't get to see much of your personal life and stuff like that, but last time you were in Vegas, the Hall of Fame stuff, some of that did spill out into the public. We haven't heard you really address any of that stuff. Just want to give you the opportunity if there's anything you want to say about the
next question.
Fair enough.
What were you saying, ma'am?
Oh, in the back. you mentioned that you have a different motivation. And what is that for you now, and coming into this fight specifically?
So my motivation is to become the best man that I can be a reflection of God's love and His forgiveness, and ultimately have fans from around the world to see the Christ that's inside of me. None of us are perfect, and we all have ups and downs in life, and I genuinely believe that my imperfection makes me very relatable to a lot of people, and one of my goals is for people to one day see, like, if a person like John could love Jesus Christ, and a person like John could have a relationship with Jesus Christ, then maybe I could too. And I really believe that my platform one day are going to lead a lot of people to Jesus Christ. I'm excited to get things right eventually. You know, I'm 35 years old, and I'm at an age where you can't make many excuses for downfalls and stuff like that, but I am a young man. And I'm looking forward to the man that I'm going to be one day, maybe in my 40s. You know, I'm not saying I won't make mistakes again in the future, but maybe the man that I'm in my 40s or 45, 50 years old, I'm going to be a man with a lot of experience. I'll be able to talk to young men and tell them, you know, things they don't want to do, roads they don't want to go down. And ultimately, I really do believe that a few souls will be saved because of my existence. And that is my motivation, to build a big platform and ultimately find ways to give glory to God.
John.
What's up, man?
There's a theory out there that your last 3 title fights, you were bored and that you were basically playing with your food. Now that time has passed and you're in a new division, was that true?
Yeah, it's not that I was bored and playing with my food. It was just that it was, you know, I wanted more. I wanted greater challenges. You know, these guys were relatively unknown, a lot of these guys, and I really wasn't happy with my pay either. That was a really big thing. And I was at a place where I was just like, how can I spike the interest of the fans? You know, no one knew Dominic Reyes for the most part. He was a killer, knocking out everyone, undefeated. No one respected him, you know, as good as he was. We saw how good he was competing up until fighting me. No one respected him, and I was just stuck in this place of, like, you know, how can I get to a certain level as an athlete? Like, you know, you see these guys, Deontay Wilder, and you see all these athletes, you know, who are not absolute legends, you know, like these guys were right around my level, been competing right around the same time, but these guys got these Ferraris and private jets, and I'm just like, how can I get there? You know what I mean? And I just started to realize that I needed to bump up. That's what the fans wanted to see the whole time. It's like, maybe that's where my big money fights are going to be. And I just decided to make the leap. I feel like heavyweights, our division, there's a lot of guys in their mid-30s, early 30s. And I just felt like the weight cuts were getting a little bit tougher. And I just felt I was at an age where I was just ready to eat more and lift more and be a big boy. And so, no time like the present. We're here now.
And that the light heavyweight division has been kind of in disarray since you left that division. Did you kind of foresee that coming, like that title was going to change hands a lot?
It's what happened before I became the champion. You know, Leon Machida had the belt, Rashad Evans had the belt, Rampage had the belt, Forrest had the belt. I mean, it just kept getting passed around. Then I came along and I was able to hold it down for a very long time. And then I left the division and I was getting passed around again. It just shows how competitive these guys are. And humbly, it shows how special my reign was to be able to hold that down for so long. It's a very special thing. I don't take any of it for granted.
John, just down here. It's been 3 years since you fought, and also 3 years since Conor McGregor had a win. He's back this year. How do you see Conor come back against Michael Chandler?
There's only one Conor McGregor. I love Conor. I love what he represents, man. He's big. He's big. He has a gigantic brand. In some senses, just as big as our sport, you know. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great when he comes back. He's gonna bring a whole new energy, even more fans. It's great for all of us. It's great for the sponsors. He's great for the UFC. I wish Conor all the best. I love the way he's living his life. I never thought in my time I'd see an MMA fighter with a Ferrari yacht. Right? But he's done it. Lamborghini yacht. See, you guys know. And I'm so proud of him. It opens doors for all of us. It lets young fighters know that it's possible. You know, there's great business outside of the sport. There's life-changing opportunity outside of the sport. And I'm just so grateful for being that example for all of us.
And just finally, I know you were commenting on all of Alex Pereira's posts before he won the title. He's going to rematch Izzy again. 4th time they fought. How do you see that second fight going in MMA between them?
I believe Pereira's going to win again. You know, there's some athletes that just have other athletes numbered. And he works hard, and I'm rooting for him. I believe he's going to do it again.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you guys. Guys, thank you so much for your time. God bless you all. Make sure you're watching UFC 285 this Saturday night only on pay-per-view.
Derek, man, it's crazy. You're talking about more than a decade in the UFC, you know what I mean? I know you're still right in the midst of it all, but do you ever sit back and be like, wow, man, 10 years at the top of this game?
Nah, I just feel that's what I'm supposed to do. You know, sometimes I'm kind of mad I didn't get my title shot yet, but hey, I'm still here, right?
Right. I know this last year was kind of a tough one, right? Didn't get to compete, I'm sure, as much as you wanted, had the setback, I guess. How do you look at that stretch of time?
I spend a lot of time with my kids, so yeah, that's always fun. You know, better than anything in life. So we got that done, and now we're back to fighting.
They said 10 years, you take anybody, you'll fight anybody. You get the name Dricus Du Plessis, kind of a new name. I guess, what did you think when that was the match that was given to you? I guess you had a little bit of familiarity with him, right?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a guy that's surging. You know, I thought Jack would be the next fight. You know, I figured he would have won his fight on short. The guy took it on short notice, but that didn't happen. So Dricus was the guy that was surging, and you know, I'm the guy that's been here for a while. So that was a fight that made the most sense for the UFC.
I love it. And you know, obviously, it's still a big fight for you. Like you said, you're still gunning for that title shot. You're at number 5. Yeah, you've been out for a little while, but I mean, do you think about that coming into a fight like this? Like, where does this put me? Or do you just stop worrying about things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I just need to win, you know. If I'm ultimately going to get that Michael Bisping title shot, I just got to go out here, keep winning, holding my spot, and be ready.
I love it, the Michael Bisping shot. Last thing for me, I guess. Noah Dricus' game, I mean, is there anything he presents you haven't seen at this point in your career? Like you said, you're the veteran, he's the new guy. Is there anything he does that you haven't seen before?
No, he don't really do anything that I haven't seen before. He's a tough guy, a lot of forward action, comes to fight.
Over here. I remember after your Izzy fight, you fought all these guys that were up and coming, like you fought the Ian Heinishes, the Edmonds and everything. Now you're facing another guy like Dricus. Do you like this, like welcoming these guys, like you're the litmus test for them, or do you want to keep fighting these guys above you that, you know, maybe veterans like yourself?
A fight is a fight, you know. I would say, you know, this is going to be his hardest test. You know, when you're in high school, you take all these tests and you got the finals. So it's the finals for him to see exactly where he's at, so.
And then I'm sure you watched his last fight, and he had that big flurry against Darren Till, and it looked like he gassed out, but he was very adamant that, like, I wasn't tired, and he can't explain why he got sluggish. Do you believe then that he wasn't tired, and are you willing to, like, test that, and they're like, I'm gonna make you tired in there?
Oh yeah, he was tired. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it happens, and that's where we get back to the drawing board and figure things out. So I'll look for him to be improved in that area.
So you also walked back your retirement talk. What went into all that?
Yeah, man, I just want to fight, you know. Well, my last fight, I didn't lose because I couldn't do this anymore. It was more of like something that I probably could control, me fatiguing. You know, if you look at that fight with Cannonier, I was dominating the whole fight. You know, I dropped him on the feet with left hand. Then I had him in a choke, you know. So every position that I fight, I'm dominating. Then the second round, I come out, you know, and I just couldn't move. I couldn't put it together. So, yeah, it is what it is. So, yeah, we're going to keep going strong.
There are other middleweights on this fight card, but you're obviously 10 years in the game. Dricus is the top 10 ranked middleweight, but Bo Nickel is still above you. He's on the main card, and Dricus kind of he didn't say it was disrespectful. But he's like, yeah, he's popular in wrestling, but like I'm top 10, this and that. So do you view that as any sort of disrespect that a debuting fighter is above you on the main card?
I've main event, I believe, 5 UFC fights. Co-main event, probably 10. It doesn't matter to me at this point. We don't get paid more being on the main card, so hey, I'm here to fight. So yeah, it doesn't matter where I'm at on the card. That means I can go take a shower and watch the rest of the fights, you know.
Derek, is Blonde Brunson still here?
Absolutely, Blonde Brunson's still here, you know. My hair wasn't quite dyed last fight, so that could have been a little problem, you know.
Thanks, man.
Over here. 1 second, sorry.
Hey, Derek, over here. You know, you're about a plus 200 underdog here. You fought historically pretty well as in this spot. This is the spot you've always kind of flourished. Kind of just curious where you're feeling. Also, you're higher ranked in the UFC middleweight rankings than him. So, kind of curious your opinion on him actually being the favorite, given that as well.
It doesn't matter. It's just what people how people want to lose their money or spend their money. I'm cool with that. It ain't affecting my pockets. So yeah, if everybody want to lose their money, go ahead.
Yeah. Any favorite spots in Vegas you like to hit while you're here?
Well, you know, I gotta cut weight, chill out. So that we just kind of chill out. But yeah, I've been to Vegas probably like 40 times. So yeah, I've been to it all. You know.
Awesome. And then obviously the headliner for this pay-per-view is John Jones, one of the best to ever do it. Kind of curious if you have an opinion on how that fight versus Cyril Gane's going to play out.
I think Cyril Gane probably starts strong, and then, you know, I think John, you know, probably warm up pretty good. You know, late rounds he's probably looked strong. I think he finished strong. So I probably think John.
Yeah, hold on, just one. Just
curious on who you think is going to win between Alex Pereira and Israel Adesanya.
Oh man, what you guys? You guys trying to get my betting picks or what? What's going on? Y'all gotta subscribe to my Discord chat, all right? So anyway, you're gonna get my picks. But I think Izzy, I mean, he needs this fight. You know, he needs it for his personal, not because of the title per se, but he needs it for his personal self. You know, he fought the guy 3 times, this will be a 4th. So I think he's going to be really smart, and he's going to look at the first fight and probably try to do that and really, you know, finish strong in that last round. I think probably Izzy gets it done by a split decision.
This opportunity, I guess, just tell us how this came together. Were you looking for a fight, or how did you end up here?
I am super happy. You know, I am True Warrior. Challenge is my second name. I get phone for my manager. His fight to available. Okay, I am ready. I can go to fight. And another thing is I wanna be active fighters. You know, my last fight was 6 months ago, and I want fight soon, and I am here.
Jalen has a nice winning streak going. About him as an opponent and what he presents to you.
I think this great matchups for me is, yeah, like you say, is 5-win streak. Every fight is he finished before time. He's high-level striker, very tall, very long reach, good choke guillotine when he defends takedown. But I think that's it. Many times I fought with high-level striker, many times I fought with a taller guy than me. This is not a problem for me. I am ready for his style.
You had the setback, but you're still number 7 right now. I mean, did that change your schedule or the timeline of how fast you think you can be a UFC champion?
Before my last fight, I thinking about my career is very fast, you know, and I very fast to climbing to the top. My last fight, I make a little mistake with Benny Dariush. I lose my control emotion, you know, and I lose. But this was big lesson for me. Now I am more mature fighter than before, and I can say thank you, Benil, that you give me the big lesson in my life. Yeah, that's it. Now my focus is to fight with Jalian, and that's it.
You win here, it would be a big win. Do you, knowing that you have those lessons, I mean, do you call people's names out and challenge people, or do you just sit back and let how that happens? Like, what do you do?
Always when I call out to guys, it was never happened. That now, like, but before when I get this offer, I call out to Michael Chandler, but he can't answer me. Rafael Dos Anjos go up division. Like now, focus this fight and we'll see what will be in the future. But yeah, this is huge fight for me and for UFC company. For sure, the guy who winning the Saturday night next fight deserves to top 5.
Over here. Obviously, Jalen is one of the taller fighters in this division. So, who are some of the guys that you trained with to prepare for his long reach and height?
This camp, I was really short camp because I spent 10 times in American top team when I did prepare. But a lot helped me. Johnny Elben, the world champion Bellator middleweight division. Scott Askham helped me a lot, and he come to me to Vegas, and he will be in my corner. Dustin Poirier was in the last 2 days in the gym, and he helped me a lot. Of course, he is not so taller like Jalian, but Dustin is one of the best guy in the lightweight division. He's really good in the feet. He gives me the tips, and I'm super happy that he can come me and help me. And that's it. I am warrior, like I say. I train very hard every day. I am in good shape, and I don't scare this guy.
You mentioned Johnny Eblen, the Bellator champion. Where do you think he ranks in this middleweight landscape across both Bellator, the UFC, and all the other promotions?
I don't know, but Johnny Eblen is amazing fighter. Is an amazing person for sure. If he come to UFC, for sure he will be champion. Now who is Alex Pereira? Yeah, is the champion. Is maybe not easy fight for Johnny, but great matchups, and 100% Johnny will be beat Alex Pereira.
You also mentioned Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler is going to fight Conor McGregor. He's coaching The Ultimate Fighter. How do you see that fight playing out?
Interesting fight. I don't know how will be shaped in Conor McGregor when we back to octagon, but if he will be like old performance like couple years ago, I think Conor will beat Michael Chandler.
Back here. Way over here.
Okay.
I know I'm far away. You were a champion in KSW that announced that they're going to be doing some stadium shows back home in Poland. Being in the UFC, like, what do you think of the potential of having a UFC event in a stadium? It's been a long time since it's happened. What are your thoughts on it?
You asked me that if UFC come to Poland and go to stadium, naturally?
Fighting for the UFC in a stadium.
Is great idea. I invite UFC to Poland in stadium. You know, it's the biggest arena in Poland. Unbelievable. This was day for me. Great things. Yeah. I don't know what I said, but I fought one time the biggest show. I feeling like gladiators. You know, like that many years ago in the Colosseum. Thank you.
Over here. You're fighting on a card headlined by John Jones. He's fighting Cyril Gane. Kind of curious how you think that fight's going to play out.
I am super excited that I can fight with John Jones the same card, and especially the main card. John Jones is one of my favorite fighters when I was young. You asked me how is my prediction?
Yeah.
Interesting fight. I don't know how is the shape in John because he will back in the 3 years, but I think John Jones will be back and Jones will get the belt.
And then Jalen Turner, obviously super, high trained, winning a couple fights by finish stuff. Kind of curious how you see yourself winning this fight.
One more, please.
How do you see yourself winning this fight?
I see two versions. First version is gonna be war 3 rounds, 3 brutal rounds, because Julian is tough opponent, is good in the feet. But the second version is like I finish him quickly, maybe first and second round, because he is really good in the striking. I am ready for his style, but question is he is ready or my style.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Antonio, so you didn't get to compete in 2022. But I was just curious, sometimes we hear that, those times away can actually be a good thing because you're not stuck in a training camp or what have you. So last year not getting to compete, good thing or bad thing?
Sometimes you can look at it in a negative, but there's a lot of things that I corrected and had to change in my life and career. First and foremost, moved out here to Las Vegas. So I've been here for a year, and it was a huge adjustment period when I first moved out here. Coaches and teammates, and finding that, for me, I do well with structure and routine. So I was out of that for a bit. So I truly believe that everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why those fights didn't prosper, and just very excited for the camp that I had and to be here for Fight Week, to be speaking in front of you guys, and just to be honest with you, I'm very excited to go make weights Friday and showcase my skills on Saturday.
Nice. As you come back on a huge card, T-Mobile Arena, right, ESPN, at this point in your career, does that, the competition is what matters, getting in there, right, but does that extra stuff, add to it at this point in your career?
There's a time in my career that I could care less about any of that, and those feelings are back, so it's excitement. I thought I dealt a lot with that being anxiety, the feeling of excitement, but it's just excitement. I've learned to cope with those feelings of, thinking it's anxiety. It's actually excitement. So I'm just excited, go back to, the beginning of it all. It's been an amazing journey. I was able to debut on John Jones' card against DC, and look at the trajectory of our careers, where it's at. Became a world champion. He's here now going to, get another notch in his belt at heavyweight. So it's great, man. It's just, I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful for the camp that I had, the teammates, the coaches. It's been a long 16 months, but a lot of good has came from the change. I miss my guys at Team Alpha Male. Those are my brothers. It was super hard to leave family like that, but I have a son, and he comes first, so, and I'll always be.
Dealing with a late replacement opponent, I guess, given how long you've been away, did it matter to you at all? Did you care? Did you discuss it? Or were you just whatever?
I realized that the UFC released that he was stepping in on short notice. This we took the fight 5 weeks ago, so it's not a short notice fight for me is a couple of days, 2 weeks tops. So if you can't get ready for a fight and you're in the UFC roster in 5 weeks, you don't need to be on the roster. So, I'm excited for this opponent because I was training for a southpaw, and I didn't think they'd find me a southpaw opponent. That's why I chose Trevin. I was training for a southpaw the whole time, so I switched it up. Had a few other names in the hats. A couple guys called me out. Respect to them. Trying to get their jump to it. I'm just focused and motivated on what I have to do. And like I said, I had a great training camp. I brought in Dewey Cooper. Phenomenal coach, just mentor. His energy is second to none. And Chase Pammy, world-class wrestler at the highest level on the U.S. team, all over the world. And we just been grinding. I might have been out for 16 months, but really the last 8 months has been nonstop. Just work and training and developing the skills with the new coaches and teammates. And I worked a lot with Micah. He's the therapist at the UFC PI, and it's been great. I think that. Speaking about, going and having a therapist or a sports therapist, I've always come to fight, mentally, physically, physically always, but working on the mental side, and just getting back to it. So I'm just excited, man. I just have these feelings. It's been so long that I've been in this position where I'd speak in front of you and it'd be kind of just going through the motions. But, I'm honestly sitting here saying this is the best I've felt in years. My life is great. I'm excited. I'm just excited to go out there and showcase the skills on Saturday. And, I'm a former world champion. So I had that going on, and I'm looking to rebound from the skid that I've been on. I understand that, there's ups and downs in life, but just keeping the balance. And that's what I've been doing over the last, year or over. I just need some momentum. Take momentum in this life and this career. You saw what momentum did in 2016. Went from unranked to world champion. And that's all it takes is one fight at a time. It's a snowball effect, and I'll make it back to the top.
Nice. Last thing for me, I guess given that, right? Like, it sounds like you're in a really good place mentally and physically, and like, you've been a world champion before. I mean, I know every fighter wants to win every fight, but like, is there any added importance on the result of this fight, or is it more about just going in there and, you know, knowing that you were at 100%, knowing that you did your best?
Yeah, you said it correctly. It's what happens on Saturday night. It's already, you know, it's out there. You know, it's already going to happen. The work's done. It's what is going to happen is going to happen. I truly believe, I'm very confident whenever this fight takes place. You know, inside that 15 minutes, I'll get the job done. But I know, you know, in the preparation leading up to this fight, I did everything that I needed to do and then some. You know, I worked on things I never worked on in my entire life, and I just feel good as a human, as an athlete, as a fighter, to go and showcase, you know, heart, courage, determination, and the persistence to just go out there and get this win.
Okay. You obviously said like you weren't able to compete last year, but you did have fights booked. It was a lot of like start and stop, and in the past we've heard fighters that after a while it just feels like one long fight camp and they can just get burnt out after a while. Did you feel any of that with all the starting and stopping of these fight camps?
You know, that's a great question. I feel like a lot of fighters, you know, it would break in this, having to go through. I went through 3 fight camps that didn't happen, you know, and a lot of them were literally 2 weeks before the fight, so really on the turn down of the camp. So I put all the hard work in, and it didn't come to fruition. You didn't get paid. You didn't, you know, end up having some procedures. I had no surgery, you know. So, but for me, it was the you know, even in those dark times like that, I can't wait to get back in there. I know that's how my love and passion is through the roof of this sport, you know. And so many times in the past, I have not had that. And now I'm walking to the arena, you have 20,000 fans going crazy to fight, and you just have no feeling of numbness. But you know, now I have the feeling of excitement, and I'm just excited to be in there, get in there and fight. I've worked so hard. I've honed my skills, you know, mentally and physically. So I'm just excited to go on there. You know, 3 fight camps. I'm finally going to go on there and showcase all the hard work me and my coaches and everyone that's helped me, you know, through the transition period of my life has done.
And the last time we saw you compete was obviously at flyweight, and I know even leading up to that you said, you know, I feel good, like the weight cut is easy and stuff, but now, more than a year later, how difficult was that weight cut?
Let me be honest with you with that fight. I felt good in the sense of the weight cut went good, you know what I mean? But outside of that, my life was in shambles, you know what I mean? I wasn't good. I wasn't in a good place. I wasn't happy, you know. I went through the motions, you know, camp was good, I had a bunch of injuries going into the fight. These all sound like excuses, but I sit there and sat there and said, oh, I feel great, I feel great. When I tell you this, I feel great, I feel awesome, I had a great camp, I truly did this fight, and I'm just excited to go out there and perform, you know. I'm a performer, I'm an entertainer, I'm a performer, and I'm excited to be back to this position, this energy, this love, I guess you can call it passion for this sport. I mean, that's not fun, I don't think fighting is fun at all. But I enjoy it, you know. I think I really enjoy it. You know, fun comes and goes. You know, just like motivation comes and goes. You have to be driven. So just enjoying the journey, the ups and downs. You know, it's you know, through the dark times you have to have the light. You know, and the light is, you know, I know that I can turn this around with one fight. You know, momentum, and that's what, you know, the word of the week is momentum. Just have the momentum. From the beginning of this week, you know, good weight cut, and just, you know, step inside the octagon and just perform.
So is flyweight done for you then? Even though you said it wasn't that difficult of a weight cut.
The weight cut was amazing. Dr. Capo is one of the best in the world. I mean, I never made 125 since I was 15 years old. So we worked super hard at it. You know, I felt like I let him down in the performance. You know what I mean? But my mind wasn't there. I was walking to the octagon just. No, not like, fuck, I gotta go fight now. Like, and not because of weight cut. Weight cut felt good. I could do the weight cut 10 times over. I felt good at 25. I just tell you, my life was not where it needed to be at, you know what I mean? So, you know, I was in limbo stage with a lot of it, you know, and moving out here, and, you know, just changing things that I needed to change, you know, we have a career, you know. Ended up getting divorced, you know, before my fight, selling the house the week of my fight. I have a son that's, you know, was 4 years old at the time. You know, I come from a split family, I didn't want that, but, you know, we had to put our career on, you know, for life. You know, I had to do some life changes. You know, thankfully, me and my ex-wife are, you know, great co-parents, doing amazing. You know, Kai is just so blessed. He turns 5 next week. I'm so thankful for him and what he's brought into my life. And you know, sometimes you just go separate ways. But I had a lot going on in my personal life. I think a lot of people don't understand, or you know, that we're still humans at the end of the day. We still battle with things that regular humans do. We just have skills that put us at, I guess some people put us on a pedestal, but at the same day, we tie our shoes the same way and deal with the same personal stress and things that go on in life. It was finally to be able to handle that and move forward. And you know, she's happy and I'm happy and our kids flourishing. And you know, I feel like, you know, my life is, you know, set on what I needed to do, and that's focus on my career, focus on being a father, being present for my son, and providing for him.
And the last one for me, I'd be remiss, I have to ask, what did you make of TJ Dillashaw retiring after his last fight?
Oh, I think he did the Conor McGregor, USADA retirement, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I get this question a lot about TJ, this and that, but I mean, it is what it is. I think karma gets us all, you know what I mean? If you're a bad person, karma's gonna find you. That's all I really have to say about that. I look at you look like shit his last fight, you know, truthfully, but when you abuse your body like that, and take all those stuff and you get off of it, and there's consequences, and I think you saw that. So yeah, I hope he, you know, whatever he does, if he stay retired, I hope he's found peace and happiness, and good for him, you know. I'm excited for what I do on Saturday night, you know, the comeback.
Cody over here. Speaking of retirements, Jose Aldo also retired. Any, you know, disappointment that you're never going to get to fight him?
You know, that was always a fight. You know, Jose is just a great competitor. Just amazing fighter. That would have been great. You know, he's a phenomenal fighter. But he's doing well in boxing. He's getting ready to fight Jeremy Stevens in May. So that's exciting. You know,
He might fight Mayweather.
Mayweather. Okay, cool, awesome. That's great. You know, I think that's a good fight for Mayweather. Jose Aldo has great boxing. You know, he's phenomenal. So, yeah, you know, you come to a point in your time that this MMA is rough on your body. You know, so for them just to focus on one martial arts and boxing, it's not saying it's a lot easier, but it's not a lot as demanding on your body. You have to wrestle, you have to jiu-jitsu, you have to kickbox, you have to spar. You know, boxing, you run, you spar, you hit pads. You know, not saying it's not hard. It is. It's a martial arts, but martial arts is the hardest sport to do and stay healthy.
Obviously, the focus is on Saturday, but past Saturday, is there any interest in rematching Dominic Cruz at some point?
I like Dominic. You know, I like Dominic, but yeah, I mean, this fight on Saturday obviously is my focus. You know, I fought Dom at his, you know, peak, and we had, you know, I was 25 years old. You know, I was 25 years old. Had a great performance against him, and you know, we'll see what the matchmakers want to do. I personally no beef against Dom, but yeah, Saturday is my focus on the guy that I'm fighting. We'll kind of just go from there.
And last one for me, you mentioned Team Alpha Male. How cool is it seeing Mike Malott get another win last week? He's been killing it in the welterweight division.
You know, I'm super happy for Mike. Baxter and Mike, we both came out to Alpha Male at the same time, and he was fighting 145. I remember sparring this day. I'm like, this guy's massive, he's strong, he's big, he's skilled. And we got his name because he was proper the way he spoke, and he was coming from Canada, so we had proper Mike Malott. Just a great guy. I mean, honestly, such a good human. I'm so happy for success, and I just knew that, you know, he took some time off. You know, he took like 4 years off. He actually helped me out. He cornered me, would coach me for a few of my UFC fights, and you know, actually it was one of the fights, I think the Kai fight, maybe before, that he decided that he was coming back to fighting. I was like, hey man, I can't take, you know, that from you. This is your years, go get it, you know. So, you know, I found a new coach, but you know, I'm thankful for the time that he gave me, you know, the skills, and we had a great time. You know, we had a good fight with Rafael Sanzao. He trained me basically the whole time for that. But like I said, I'm just super excited for him. He had a great performance. I just spoke to him last week. I mean, that was a flawless performance, and that kid is good everywhere. He can wrestle, he can grapple, he can strike, and he's just, I think that he's going to be a very dangerous person in that welterweight division.
Cody, I just wanted to know what went into the mindset of moving to Vegas. You know, you've cross-trained at a bunch of really big gyms, really popular gyms. what went into the decision to move to Vegas and kind of go with Dewey and go with Extreme Couture? What was the mindset?
Why did I leave Sacramento?
Yeah, just like why choose Vegas?
Well, so my ex-wife is from Vegas, so we agreed to move here, split custody of our son. You know, there's nothing for in Sacramento. Our family, friends are here, and you know, I can't be selfish to keep her there, and I damn sure couldn't be far from my son. So, you know, it made it work, you know, but it was tough. It was a tough transition for me, but I'm grateful for Dewey Cooper, Chase Pammy, Eric, If, all these guys helped me out in the beginning to help out. But I'm a creature of habit, you know. I do really well in structure and routine. So, like I said, there's a reason why probably 16 months was out and those fights didn't happen. But I truly believe I had the best camp that I had in my entire career. I truly believe I'm the most well-rounded martial artist that will grace this octagon on Saturday.
And you talked about, fighters being human. How do you drown out all of the doubt and the fans and analysts saying that like you're done, you don't have a chin anymore, how do you drown that out?
Yeah, for me, honestly, it's always been like that. I've had doubt my whole entire life. You know what I mean? Since I was born into nothing. You know, dirt. My mom was a single parent. You know, raised us, so we weren't supposed to make it this far. So I just keep proving everyone wrong and just, staying humble, doing what I need to do is just go in there and train every day and get better. Understand that, that it happens. It's a fight, it's a game of inches. Sometimes you might get caught. And luckily I had, I was 11-0, world champion, 25 years old. I truly believe that I still have a lot of fight left in me. As long as the passion and the hunger is there, I don't see any sky as the limit.
Thanks, man.
Over here, Cody. You made a comment, obviously been in Vegas for a year now. Hopefully, that's going better for you. I'm kind of curious if you have any favorite spots in town to eat, gamble, anything like that.
Yeah, actually I don't gamble. Never was lucky with that, even playing like Texas Hold'em when I was younger. I always turned like fist fights with the friends. So yeah, I don't gamble, thank God. I got a few good spots. There's a nice coffee shop, mom and pop shop. Love the couple owns it. It's on 7 Hills. It's called True Brew. It's an organic coffee place. They make like homemade pastries. I haven't been there in a while. Sorry guys, I was a regular, but obviously had to sacrifice a little bit. I like the Yellowtail at Bellagio. That's a good sushi spot. And then Carver at the Resort World. I go there a lot. I take my mom and family and friends when they come out when I can eat. So there's a plus to Vegas for sure. There's a lot of good food restaurants. I wasn't a big fan of the Vegas move, but I don't drink. I've been sober for almost a year now, so I don't go out clubbing, do nothing like that. So I just I think you can get into those bad habits moving out here, but luckily I didn't have any bad habits when I moved here, so I don't start any now.
Awesome. And you made the comment earlier, your debut was on the John Jones card, and here you are, fighting again on the John Jones card. Kind of curious just your opinion on the Jones Sorgon fight.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this fight. I think John Jones is one of the greatest martial arts of all time. Just no matter the layoff he has, no matter what he's going through in life, he always finds a way to be John Jones. And Sorgon is a phenomenal fighter. I really liked his style and the way he fights. I'm excited for this. I think that even with the layoff, I think John Jones wins this fight pretty handily. I think that John Jones is a different breed, and he shows up when he needs to, and I'm excited for him to put another notch in his belt and go up and get a heavyweight title and really solidify himself as the best martial artist of all time.
One quick one for me, Cody, and I'll piggyback off of Alex. Team Alpha Male, family, of course, and for your career, maybe things happen for a reason. One of the greatest minds with Dewey Cooper, knowing the fight game, training. How easy was it to click with Dewey, and how seamless was that transition?
Yeah, that's a good statement. Easy transition. A lot of the coaches that you train with, or striking coach, I should say, try to reinvent the wheel. I'm a Ferrari. I don't need to put new wheels or anything in it. I just need to be polished up, and that's what Dewey did. Polished me up and turned me into a striking machine. I feel like all my tools, all my limbs are deadly. And the mindset that he brings into it, because Dewey was a fighter himself, a world champion, kickboxer, he boxed, he did MMA, so he's been, you know, he has his battle scars of it. You know, he's been in the trenches, and the mentality and just the encouraging words he brings inside camp. You know, some days you're not the best days. You know, some days you don't feel good, but it's not how you feel, it's what you do. And I think that's one of the best things that I've taken from Dewey. It's not a matter how you feel, it's what you do. You know, there's some days you wake up on fight day and you feel like shit, but you still gotta go fight.
Thank you, sir. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you. One quick thing, I want to give a shout out to my Claymont, my high school. The kids wrestle tomorrow at districts, so I just want to give a big shout out to Ryan Jackson, 120, Elijah Paris, Nolan McMorrow, Dane Mahaffey, Kendrick Reneker, Wyatt Shaw are all going to compete tomorrow at districts in Ohio, and alternates are Tritton Cole, Nate Burton, and Kickers Anthony. Go get them, guys.